Welcome to Women in Cloud Inspire 2021. Yes, we are here. So I just love being here. I can't wait to get to know all of you. I'm Patty Dobrovolsky with Up Your Creative Genius. I'm your host and MC for today and tomorrow too. So you get to see me here live and in person, and I get to meet you and network with you. So if you haven't already met people and moved around on the floor, just explore that floor, because there's a photo booth, there's a place to go for help. All the sponsor banners have stuff behind them for you. So you just want to really explore, meet people, network. That's what it's about. So we are running in tandem with WICxInspire, and we just love doing this event because it's mid-year. This is where we got to get going, right? To hit our numbers by the end of the year. So I'm doing that with you. This is a way to expand your own networking capabilities. We're all about building business in the enterprise economy. And so here is a couple of things you just should know right off the bat. One is, if you don't know what Women in Cloud is already, you can look right here at this and see that it's a community-led economic development organization. We're taking action to generate 1 billion by 2030. Earlier today, I said to myself 2020. I'm like, no, we haven't hit that yet. Get busy. And this is a way to expand economic access through partnerships with corporations, community leaders, policymakers, because we want to create change for women all around the world. And so today you get your opportunity to do that too. So we want you to ask questions, make your experience memorable, cheer. I already saw you using some of the emoji live things. I've got some sound effects right here for you, to help you. And I want you to connect with people. And the first way I want you to connect right now is just in an interactive way. So if on the sidebar, in your chat, you'll be able to see a general chat, participants, Q&A, and I would just click on participants right now. Click on participants, and I want you to find somebody in that list you don't know and send them a direct message about how amazing they are, how you're happy to see them here at the event. You can't wait to get together with them. Do that right now. Find somebody in the chat, send them a little message right now. Find somebody. I'm going to send one to, who else? I'm going to send somebody to, there we go. Okay, I'm sending something to you. I hope you're ready. You just click that and you send them a note. Hey, you are amazing. I'm going to write and I'm sending it off. You do that too. Send it to somebody in there. This is all about connecting with people. And so you want to find your tribe. They're here. And we're talking about collective power today because for one thing, we set a goal for 500 to come. We got 750, more than that, signed up already. Can you believe it? And if you read the 7 surprising trends you didn't know about representation of women in cloud and AI in the industry that was in Medium, if you read that article, how many of you put your hand up if you read that article? I want to see, because it taught me so much about the things that we're doing. We're doing so much in Women in Cloud to make change. And it didn't just focus on what's not happening, it focused on what is happening. And that's what we're all about, is focusing on the positive and creating change through our collective action. I'm already in awe of the collective action. How about you? We saw 500% expansion in growth in our digital community with 60% engagement on a month-to-month basis. We've got 50 cloud solutions that are featured in Women in Cloud Marketing that are developed by female founders catering to Fortune brands and enterprise companies. Stylize, one of our cohort member of the Cloud Accelerator, was acquired by Neiman Marcus. Get out. I mean, it's serious. Kristen, way to go. So 75 plus people and 8 communities came together this year to address the COVID issues in India with Empower Her Family. If you're not part of this, you got to get on board, because we're doing some amazing things there. This initiative was launched to empower 1 million women with digital access. And there's all these scholarships being given out. And there are 600 Azure training and certification scholarships to advance digital skills, sponsored by Microsoft. Thank you so much. And yesterday, right, at Microsoft Inspire, get this, Get Featured was the tribute Get Featured on Satya's presentation among 32 other solutions. So Satya called us out. Rodney Clark showed up to the Power of Community session for the purpose-minded session. Akhtar and I had 150 people engaged in the chat in the first 15 minutes. I'm telling you, our numbers are rising, and can we top that engagement today? I know we can. So you got to use that chat, network with people, be ready for a jam-packed session. And let's look at what our agenda is. You can see we got an open plenary with cloud business and purpose mindset. Then we're going to have this disrupting billion-dollar markets and cloud marketplaces. We've got an innovation solution showcase. And then we have the Cloud Innovate Her Pitch Challenge. I cannot wait for that, because when they win that pitch and get evaluated, one winner and 3 runners-up get selected, and the winner travels to Dubai in October to participate in the global finals to compete. I'm telling you, for cash prizes and more. This is amazing. If you're not part of it and you've got something, you better get on board with Women in Cloud. And we're going to see those pitches today. It's going to be so amazing. And the global finals will be part of GTEC's Future Stars. 3 runner-ups from the chapter pitch competition are going to participate in our global virtual accelerator. Starts in September, runs through December. We can't wait for all of that to happen. At the end of our fantastic day, we're going to have a happy hour, which we're going to need. And then Chai's going to tee us up for what's going to happen on day 2. I cannot wait for these thought plenaries to happen, for us to have these conversations, for you to network with other people. It is going to be an amazing day. It is so fantastic to be here. So, you know, I'm going to be capturing up here because that's what I do best. In between things, I'll get some notes going. We'll post them so you can see them later in case you were checked out for part of it. But stay engaged. And, you know, I would suggest that you get your sketchnoting going on, because that's how you're going to memorize everybody's name. You're going to know where they're from, and you're going to want to meet with them later. So connect throughout the day. All right. So that's all on me. I'm going to turn it over to our first panel leader. Karen Facio is our moderator. But first, I want to tell you a little bit about her. She's the director of Microsoft Worldwide Partner Marketing, co-founder of Women in Cloud. She has a long list of fantastic things, but I will say this about her. She's an Aquarius. And if you know anything about Aquarius, they are charming. They have an eloquent way of using words to help you in the most unexpected situations. Some of the words describing her are transformational. She's an AI transformative cloud driver, and she's a woman in tech who's making a difference. Let's give it up for Karen Facio. Come on, Karen, let's do it. Woo! Come on up on stage. Yay, Karen. Woo! Here she comes. Woo! Here she comes.
Patty. Patty, I swear to God, your energy is so fabulous. Thank you so much. And this is the first time I've ever been introduced with my zodiac sign, so thank you. Yeah, definitely full-on Aquarius in every way. Welcome everyone today. Really appreciate all of us being here. If you aren't feeling the excitement and the energy and the fire that this community brings, I mean, how can you not, right? Patty is definitely raising the roof on when it comes to energy, and I think what's really representative of the community that we've built together here. If you have been participating in Inspire over the last day, you've probably heard a lot about the meaning of community, the meaning of coming together to imagine a new world forward, that we can see a future where we are a part of sustainable growth, inclusive growth, where technology is trusted and the fundamental rights of people are protected, are supported, are built in to the technologies in the way that we serve people and planet. And this is something that you know, our CEO Satya Nadella speaks on often. It's actually embedded in the culture at Microsoft and in the culture of what we try to model for our ecosystem at large, and certainly within this community in Women in Cloud. And that's around the purpose of a corporation. right? That it is here to create profitable solutions to the challenges of people and planet in every community and in every country. It's what our customers and partners and colleagues expect, and it's what the world demands from today's corporations. That is such a powerful statement. I hope you sort of really feel the gravity of what that is, the energy that something like that creates, and something that we embody here as a Women in Cloud community. So we're going to kick things off by bringing on a panel of experts. If we could go ahead and do that now. And start talking about what it means to be purpose-minded, purpose-driven, bringing in purpose-driven leadership into our organizations. Hello, Amy. Good to see you.
Hey, Karen.
And Jason.
Hello,
Teresa.
Karen. Hello.
Hello, hello. Let's first start off by doing just some brief introductions, if we could. And we do have a little bit of an icebreaker. Maybe we could do an introduction and also incorporate our icebreaker and the question. And I'm going to invite everyone here in the participating in our session today to also answer this in the chat. The question is, if you could make one change in the world, what would it be? And if we could, let's start with you, Teresa.
Well, first of all, I'm a Virgo, very much a perfectionist. And one change in the world, I would love people to adopt cloud more. So hear me out, right? So if you think about how Uber, Airbnb, Netflix, they've all changed their industries. We know that cloud is incredibly transformative with innovation. And so when you talked about the purpose-led mindset and things like sustainability, diversity, education, right? So if we use cloud more, that's actually a really great way to tackle those problems in the same way that these digital natives really transformed their business.
And Teresa, what business are you with?
I'm part of Accenture. I'm Accenture's Cloud First Chief Technologist, where I get to look forward and really incubate the future disruptive growth today.
Excellent, wonderful, thank you. I love the Zodiac introductions. Let's keep that going too. So Amy, let's go with you next.
Great. Hi, Karen. Hi, everybody. I'm a Gemini, so the twin sign. And fortunately, I'm feeling like the vivacious, outgoing, externally focused persona today, not the internal one. I work at Insight. I lead marketing for North America, and just really excited to be part of the technology world and the channel and so forth, and especially this group. There's so many things that we could say about what needs to change in the world. And I think probably most top of mind for me has been climate change lately. I live in Arizona. We've had the worst fire season ever in a long time, and there's just so many downstream implications from what's happening with our climate, and it affects so many parts of our lives. So I think that would be the one huge thing I would want to tackle.
Oh yeah, wonderful. Thank you so much, Amy. All right, Jason, how about you?
All right. Coming from a Scorpion, so I'm actually a Scorpion. And I just want to say that I feel extremely blessed and honored to be here today to spend the afternoon with you. I always get excited about talking about four of my favorite topics: leadership, technology, diversity and inclusion, economic impact. Once again, my name is Jason Mudd. I lead the Source to Pay organization for IBM. I have a variety of functions that I lead, from transformation to technology, operations, accounts payable, client solutions, as well as supplier diversity, just to name a few. And the one thing I would change in the world, actually, I have to say, it's a toss-up between ridding the world of scarcity, all scarcity around resource and economics, and if anyone's read the book by Isabel Wilkerson, Cash, Ridding the World of Cash. So it's kind of a toss-up between scarcity and cash.
Wonderful, thank you. I mean, we need all of it, right? Everything that we just described here. And I think that what I love hearing about each of your, your sort of ambitions, right, is that it is aligned to something that is, sort of intrinsic. And I think part of that purpose mindset that we're here to talk about today. So maybe let's open it up with a first question, which I'll throw to you, Teresa, and let's help set the stage. So we've heard a lot of terms knocked around: growth mindset, being growth mindset oriented, purpose mindset, being purpose driven. What do these things mean to you? Like how would you like to have the audience think about these different ways of thinking about leadership and these kinds of mindsets?
Yeah, I think with a growth mindset, that's traditionally what we've thought about. It's about building a better business. And I think there's a pivot when we talk about a purpose mindset. It's really broader. It's to create better communities, better lives. And we at Accenture, we did a pivot in the last year, right? The end of last year, we launched our biggest brand move in a decade, Let There Be Change. And with that move, we announced our purpose. Our purpose is to deliver on the promise of technology and human ingenuity. And so this is important, right? It's actually leveraging our strengths in technology and human ingenuity. And it gives me as an employee a lot of power, right? It's fuel that empowers me, that it's a bigger purpose. It's certainly we're going to work with our customers, but in addition to helping our customers with better economic growth, we're helping them with sustainability, with responsible business, with their own talent. It helps me as a leader, right, with my team. And again, it's looking at career opportunities for them, but looking at continuous learning and wellness, right? So it's really about mobilizing the power within your business to do something greater than. And I want to share a quote from our CEO, Julie Sweet, right? She says, why do we make this announcement and this purpose, right? It's, quote, in this moment, to emerge stronger, there's only one choice: to embrace change and ensure that it benefits all, your customers, people, shareholders, partners, and communities. And so, it's a bigger thing, and it really gives you that armor, if you will, right? There's a lot of things happening in the world. Maybe some of your, even day to day, a lot of things don't go well. This purpose gives you that armor and that field of power through it.
Oh my God, that is so insightful. And I love, I cyberstalk Julie Sweet as well, because I think she's so inspirational. She's definitely in my threads. I love the work that Accenture has been doing in this space. A lot for us to sort of model from and also learn from. Does anyone else want to sort of give their perspective on the difference between the growth mindset versus sort of a purpose mindset?
I might just chime in and say, when I think about growth mindset, I think more about an individual who is convinced that they can continue to change. But a purpose mindset is so much larger than that, as Teresa pointed out. It is about, being a change maker, an agent of change, things that happen on a much larger scale, things that create a vision for people, bring them along with it. In a way that sort of leverages the capabilities and strengths of so many people in service of that particular vision or goal.
I think that's a really good insight. Jason, I'm sorry, did you want to say something?
The one thing that I would underpin both of those are from a purposeful mindset. I think there's a underlining thread of just servant leadership. So what I like to add, just from a servant leadership perspective, then you start to add in certain attributes like, trust and team focus and just being courageous and resourceful, and ultimately, having a outcome-based focus that really allows for, being nimble and really building businesses for tomorrow.
Yep. I think that's, what I'm hearing as a theme is you're thinking beyond the immediate, thinking about, sort of the systems of impact. And that, in a lot of ways with this kind of sort of North Star, even an internal North Star, it kind of gets you through the tough stuff because it is tough work. Because there's something more behind it that's kind of making, sort of propelling that vision forward. So thank you so much for all of you sharing your perspective on that. I think that resonates so well with the people who are here and the people that are definitely involved in the Women in Cloud community. Let's ask another question here about ways that we think companies can enable a culture of change making that helps to also connect to something that's very important to us as technology, people in technology, with digital transformation and the things that we want to do to power inclusive economy. I'd love to sort of throw that over to Amy, if you wanted to give some comments on that.
Sure. Thanks, Karen. I think for companies, it really is about, maybe exactly what Teresa was talking about. What is your purpose, and making sure that your whole organization is rallied around that purpose. For example, at Insight, our purpose is we make meaningful connections to help businesses run smarter. And that has a lot of layers to it. But one of the ways that we create momentum behind that purpose is through a shared set of values that are more than words on a wall, because it really guides sort of the rules of engagement, if you will, about how we're going to work with each other internally in service of our purpose, but also with our external stakeholders, clients, and so forth. And we have 3 simple values: hunger, heart, and harmony. And it's amazing how the simplicity and the power of being very clear about sort of the behaviors that go along with your purpose can really fuel the forward progress of a company or of a vision. So I think it is truly back to sort of creating something that everybody wants to be a part of, something that every person knows is bigger than they are by themselves. And that collective power, that union of sort of, purpose and energy is what can really help a company differentiate itself when it comes to a purpose-driven perspective.
Yeah. Anyone else wanted to chime in? Teresa?
Yeah, I mean, I think really we're talking about trust as a new currency at work, right? So I think Accenture at the last year, between March and July, we did a survey, a global pulse survey, and it found that 60%, this is during the pandemic, 60% of people found that they believed companies were doing the right thing, right? And that's very important, because we also asked, and coming out of that, like, workers are holding ever higher expectations about how their organizations are going to lead responsibly through the crisis and then post-crisis, right? That expectation has been set. And roughly 1 in 2 workers are agreeing that ethical, sustainable, moral values that the company holds are really important for them, right? And so it's going to be how they choose to work for somebody and how much they're going to be engaged in the job, right? So I love how Amy has those, those key values, right? That's very important. For everybody to feel like they're part of a bigger thing.
Yeah. Jason, did you have anything you wanted to add?
Sure. I mean, when it comes to the digital transformation and really having purpose, IBM, for example, is a hybrid cloud AI company, and we're continuously looking at, now and moving forward, what type of strategic decisions, have to be made. Just like, all of the women in cloud companies, when you sit back and say, what is the strategy of that culture and change making that you're looking at? How are you looking at, competitive advantage? How are you looking at sustainability? How are you looking at that ultimate will to survive? So in my opinion, really there's 3 distinct characteristics to look at, and that is, just what is awareness? What is your awareness around the digital marketplace? What kind of questions are you starting to evaluate, from everything from interconnectivity and speed and smarter hardware to, what type of adoption strategies are you looking at? How are you going to, continuously pivot? And then last but not least, especially from a bottom line, to take action, right, in this new digital economy. So very, very critical that we're all thinking about, what does that digital play look like? What is our purpose within?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, I think that's, we're hearing a lot of language around inclusive economic growth, and that's what we're talking about, right? It's that when we want growth is there, and certainly for those of us that are in tech, we know that this pie is massive and there's plenty there's plenty of work, there's plenty of opportunity. Can we do this with inclusion at the center of our strategies? Yeah, the answer is yes. And can we, do the work, right? That helps us to, leverage this purpose frame, but also this market that wants to see it from us. So love all the thoughts here. Thank you for sharing that. Let's also ask about, best practices, right? So, I have some great organizations that have this embedded in the culture. What are some things that you've seen work? What have you instituted in your own organizations to sort of get this purpose mindset supported and thriving in your organizations? Let's start with Jason.
Yeah, I truly believe there's three items that companies should really focus on, and it's start with policy, lead with action, and make sure it's pervasive throughout the culture. For example, IBM has a rich history of diversity and inclusion. Back in 1953, IBM, we wrote our first equal opportunity letter that was published 11 years before the Civil Rights Act. So it's in our policy. It's something that we do. It's something that we live. It's the way we act. As I mentioned, lead with action. Supplier diversity is a part of my organization, and we have a tremendous commitment to that economic engine to ensure that we're spreading our dollars and putting our dollars into the community, into our suppliers, into our clients. In fact, we channeled over $1 billion in spend to women-owned businesses in 2020. And, it's just that we're a continuous mainstay on the $1 billion roundtable. And so we lead with action. And then I'll conclude here that, building a culture of being inclusive is so important. And I quote Verena Myers, who said, "Diversity is being invited to the party, and inclusion is being asked to dance," which I just love that quote, because at IBM, there's really 4 areas we look at: advocacy, allianceship, employee experience, and accountability. So once if you ensure that those are in the DNA of your company, then thread of your culture, you're starting to create that inclusive environment that allows not only your clients, your employees, your suppliers, your whole ecosystem to dance in an inclusive nature.
Mm-hmm. Jason, I love that quote. I've heard that referenced also, and I actually remember reading an article that took that a little further. It was something to the effect of taking it to sort of the next level of inclusion is being invited to also design the party. Right. So, and I was like, okay, yes, I think that works. And also dance. How about you, Amy? What are your thoughts on this?
Well, I think I would just maybe put an exclamation point on the diversity and inclusion piece, because I think, when we're talking about big visions or big, going after really big goals through a purpose-driven approach, those are complex, and they require all kinds of people, all kinds of thinking, all kinds of experience, all perspectives in order to solve. And if you're an organization, I think every study has proven this, where everyone is sort of the same, your performance is just not going to be as powerful as if you have a lot of different talent at the table. And that can be, it can mean a lot of things, diversity in all of its forms. So I think, what we have found is that by intentionally helping people understand that different opinions, different thoughts, different ideas, different experiences, all those things together can really start to help move the needle when it comes to, a big change or a big forward progress in some area that has been a challenge.
I love that. I think you're so right about that. This is about access. It's actually one of the big principle of the Women in Cloud community as well. I think just another maybe frame to think about is we should all question sameness, right, in every form. If your problem statement isn't changing, right, if the people around you aren't sort of being representative, do you know what's missing in your mix? Just even starting there, I think is a great way to sort of think about inclusion and diversity and creating more access. Teresa, is there anything to add to this from your perspective?
Yeah, I just want to add a point, right? So, we're in a time of relentless change, and it's a great time to really engineer for inclusion and diversity, because nobody's an expert in the technologies that are coming out, right? So edge, 5G, AI, quantum computing, blockchain, right? Very few experts exist in any of these topics. And I would dare to say nobody's an expert in these technologies on cloud, right? And so you're going to need to grow the skills anyways. And so companies who are serious about, women in cloud and improving diversity, really need to step up their continuous learning. And they need to rethink and really outreach, right? And use this as a great opportunity to bootstrap it and really serve these underserved groups. And so if we're going to think about quantum experts, let's get those quantum experts from these communities. Rethink the requirements. Do you really need a bachelor's of science in computer science for some of these capabilities? I would say no. I would say you have PhDs in quantum. Maybe that's not what we need. We need more people who know how to apply quantum to real problems, right? So these are great ways to really rethink and maybe practically how to actually grow.
Love that. That's such an excellent point. I think we're all sort of being asked to reimagine new access points in so many ways. It's excellent problem space to solve for, and all of us in technology have a role in being able to address that through our services, through the technology frameworks we provide, and through what we can model inside of our communities. Thank you. Excellent points. So let me ask you this, right? So this is like an inspiration question. So who inspires you as a purpose? Let's put that to Teresa. Why don't we start with you?
Sure. Well, clearly Julie, I already quoted her, but I'm going to pick Arianna Huffington, right? So I think recently she's launched Thrive. It's a way and a startup to help companies and employees like us, right, to be able to build our mental health and wellness resilience. And she has this great quote that, science tells us that we have the ability to course correct from stress, right? So within 60 seconds to 90 seconds from when stress happens, we can actually do things to really eliminate and reduce the stress. And I thought that was really powerful. It was a great data point. And I'm trying to reduce stress from my life, but I don't think you can eliminate it completely. And to know that there's this scientific way and an engineered way that you could actually, course correct from that and then bring us back to our purpose, right? So the purpose, and I think, why do you work? Like, why you work, part of it is your family, right? It is that bigger, meaningful outcome that the community is going to support. And that's actually what you use to course correct the stress, right? It reminds you why you're doing this in the first place.
Wonderful. Excellent point. I think that resonates with me. I think it resonates with a lot of people in the call today. How about you, Jason? Who inspires you?
Yeah, so what inspires me are really servant leaders, servant-driven leaders. Like I think of back in 1968, Shirley Chisholm, who was the first Black woman to be elected to Congress. She and I quote, said, "Service is the rent that we pay to occupy space on this earth." And to me, that's transformational, professionally, personally, in the things that we do. And I think that, leaders who have a service mentality are leaders who you want to aspire to be like. To me, leaders should continually step back and ask themselves questions like, hey, do we put our clients first? Are we putting our employees first? Do you praise in public and reprimand in private? Do you listen twice as much as you speak? Are you the one who checks your ego at the door? Are you, how well do you receive feedback? So to me, that servant mind that is what really differentiates leaders both professionally and personally.
Yep, wonderful. I think absolutely agree with that, and it it sort of calls people to you as well that are sort of aligned in that purpose too. It kind of creates this whole self-generating thing. Thank you for sharing that. And Amy, how about you?
Well, there's a lot of people that I think I could pick, but top of mind for me, because I did a bunch of reading about this individual over the last week or so, because he was very much in the news, is Sir Richard Branson, and his willingness to really push the bounds of what people think is possible, and just the inspiration that he builds companies that attract people to meaningful work. He creates an environment for people to succeed and actually, sort of test the bounds of what we think is possible. He hires for teamwork and talent. He really does listen to learn. All of those things I think are really important characteristics of a purpose-driven leader. And I think we all saw a lot of evidence of that purpose-driven approach with the amazing achievement just like less than a week ago. So.
Yep, absolutely. Big vision and delivers it.
Mm-hmm, exactly.
Yep. So we're in our final question here. I want to thank you all for joining again today. A lot of great insights to share. You're all clearly purpose-driven leaders in your own right, and absolutely appreciate the partnerships that we've been able to establish here with Women in Cloud, and also as industry partners with Microsoft. So what final thoughts on how people should be thinking about their own pathway to purpose-driven leadership? Jason, let's start with you.
Okay. Yeah. So when I take a step back and I think about it, I think from a digital transformation lens, and I really think about three specific items. One is just the focus on data and how important data is. That in this new economy, the new natural resources, they say data. How are we as leaders thinking about data in the new digital economy? I think the pandemic, for example, was a tremendous lesson learned on how to pivot, and is your data foundation what it needs to be, where it needs to be. Are you able to capture data? Are you able to display and deliver data? So data is something that's extremely important from a purpose standpoint. Also, just reimagining workflows and making sure that once again you're able to pivot as a purpose-driven leader around pandemic-like situations that come up on the horizon. And then last but not least, really, what are you doing as a company to really remove conventional policies in the digital space, and how are you going to compete in the digital economy? What is your focus on digital? How are you looking at data privacy and cybersecurity? How are you becoming more discoverable to generate additional business? And also, what is your risk tolerance around the digital space? So once again, just a focus on digital transformation and how you and your company fit in.
Thank you so much. How about you, Amy?
I guess I would pick some maybe different attributes to think about, and that is just dreaming big. Like, don't let the boundaries of today's mindsets stop you from thinking about a bigger purpose, something that can be very meaningful to the world, to others, to the community. And with that, I think just making sure that you are tenacious and that you can find the resilience that you need to just keep going, because obviously these are not easy. A lot of the things that we've talked about today are not super simple problems to solve or super simple progress to make. It's going to take time and resilience and perseverance and all of those things. So I think just nurturing those things inside of you as a leader is really, really important.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Absolutely. You have to be really strong in purpose-driven work. Strong mindset. How about you, Teresa?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'll carry on what Amy was saying. I mean, I think, again, using that purpose. So first, find your purpose and make sure it's authentic. Because once you find that and that purpose aligns with your role, that's going to give you that drive, right? It's that fuel that I described, the fuel that you're going to just be thinking about, learning about, making the armor that, again, when the challenges come in your way, it just kind of goes off your back, because it's no longer a scary thing, right? You have a purpose. And so it becomes a challenge. It's a puzzle that you need to solve to actually solve the bigger problem, but it's no longer the barrier. So it really changes your mindset. I think that mindset is really key. And I've done it myself, like as an individual. So just like how Jason was talking as a company, right? We need to set goals. We now need to do it for ourselves. Like, what actually makes you special, right? I really love technology. So as I think about privacy preserving technology, edge, 5G robotics, how do I apply this, right? To make, to share data more efficiently, to make an outcome, maybe in a, water network to get clean water, right? Think about your role and what you can do.
Yeah. Those are all excellent points. And I think collectively, right, that is going to be sort of like a superpower. And I know that word gets kind of tossed around a bit, but look at what it is. It's coming from a different force of yourself. When you can do things like Jason mentioned about using data to inform deeper insights, see opportunities in challenge. COVID was definitely a great landscape for all of us to tap into some deep creativity. Amy's point about dreaming big, being tenacious, and then with Teresa's point about having, like, let's challenge ourselves to find purpose in what we do every day, in the roles that we serve, in the leadership that we have in this moment. All of that together, I mean, how can you not be motivated and excited about that? So we could be talking all day long on this, and got some great comments coming in the chat. Please continue to do that as we go for the rest of the sessions. I want to thank you all for joining today. We know that customers are looking to us to drive purpose in the way that we connect with them, the way we deliver through all of these new stages of opportunity with marketplaces and customer experiences, communities. And there are many sessions that are coming over the next just couple of hours to help dig into this a little bit more. With that, we'll go ahead and close, and thank you so much for talking with us today.
Everyone.
Take care.
Hey, everybody. Okay, fantastic. I captured all of the content from that panel. And, now I would like to segue us into our next panel discussion and bring up on stage the co-founder of Women in Cloud and multiple award winner, Chaitra Vadulapalli. She's here. She's a big Scorpio, and she's going to lead us through the next one and be our moderator. Chai, I love you. I look up to you. You are just so inspirational to me. Thank you so much. I'll get off stage so you can bring them on. Thanks.
Absolutely. Thank you, Patty. And thank you, Karen, for leading a fantastic panel. And I think the theme is dreaming big. And we all have to dream big. And Women in Cloud was based on the same foundation, is we want to create an economic access in billions of dollars for female tech founders. So that was dreaming big. As Patty had said, the theme is like from a zodiac sign. I am Scorpion. That means I'm intuitive and passionate. And you probably see it in all the work I do. And I'm very focused and assertive and very tenacious to get what we want to create in the world. So pretty excited to be here and excited to host all of you. In the work that we are doing is really disrupting $1 billion markets with cloud marketplaces. That's the new trend. Yesterday at Microsoft, they talked about it. That's where the big investment is going. And we will be spending a lot of time having a panel discussion for all of you to understand what that opportunity looks like. And then I'm going to invite all the panel speakers with me. So here's the narrative right now that we are looking at. The data suggests that, the Fortune 1000 companies make up like $14.2 trillion in revenue, making 2/3 of the US economy, okay, according to the latest numbers. Now, digital transformation that is powered by cloud computing is estimated to go around $700 billion, and 80% of those B2B transactions, interaction between the supplier and buyers, will occur in the digital channels in 2025, according to Gartner. And due to pandemic, we are witnessing that emergence of another transformational shift that's coming with the rise of the cloud marketplaces, which enable all the SaaS solutions where they can sell, well, all the entrepreneurs and founders can sell it effectively on, cloud marketplaces like the Microsoft one. While these marketplaces are still early in their early days, they are processing billions of dollars and are dramatically accelerating the deals for the B2B SaaS vendors. So over the next coming years, we will expect the cloud marketplaces to become the fundamental sales channel for enterprise software, capturing that substantial share of $450 billion in this industry. So the next set of thought leaders that we are going to have, I would love to invite Stephanie Ferguson, Christine Puccio, and John Yankee today on the stage with me, and really have a deep dive discussion on it. And this is all about thinking big and dreaming big and creating access to billions of dollars to female tech founders. Okay, and welcome to all of you. Each one of you did fabulous this morning on the Microsoft stage, and it was really transformative for a lot of the people who heard this new concept. So what I would like to do is I would like all of you to introduce by your zodiac sign, where you work, and how do you represent in the $700 billion digital economy. Go ahead, Stephanie. I'll start with you. Welcome to Women in Cloud.
Thank you. Thank you. So hi, everybody. I'm Stephanie Ferguson. I am a Virgo. That means I am iron-willed and relentless, but I'm also pretty darn self-aware, and I don't take myself too seriously. So there you have it. I lead the Global Demand Center for Microsoft. And what that is that's the engine that drives the growth of our commercial business, including Azure, Dynamics 365, Microsoft 365. And I also have responsibility for marketplace on the marketing side of the house, which includes how we programmatically serve both our partners and our customers. So very excited to be here.
Welcome, Stephanie. Christine.
Hi, everyone. Let's see. I am a Taurus, so I am dependable, hardworking, trustworthy, and ambitious. So those are the few adjectives that explain me, I think, in my business as well. I am the vice president of F5's Global Cloud Alliances organization and go-to-market programs.
Welcome, Christine. John.
Hey everyone, my name is John Yankee. I'm CEO of Tackle, and I am a Libra, and I honestly had to look this up. So I'm peaceful, fair, and I hate being alone, which is amazingly accurate. So Tackle, we help software companies embrace the cloud marketplaces, help them list, sell, and scale their businesses. And we're a Microsoft partner and work with hundreds of software companies on initiating and scaling their cloud go-to-market. And I love nothing more than helping software companies figure out how to sell with the cloud.
Perfect. Welcome, everyone. And John, you will not be alone. We have a quorum here watching all of us today.
Right. I have to look mine up too, John.
Me too.
Fantastic. So I want to go with the icebreaker, and it's for all of you, and also all of you who are watching. I want you to put it in the chat. So the $1 billion question is, if you were given a $10 million, how will you make the digital economy exciting for us? So Stephanie, how about you to open the discussion?
Sure. So for me, it is all about starting with customers. And really, if we're going to start with customers as a company, we've got to then enable our partners. And so I think of, really plowing, whether it's $10 million or $1 million or $100 million, how do we make the most comprehensive marketplace so that partners can monetize their solutions and help customers with their innovation? I think this creates a wonderful virtuous cycle, because when partners innovate and bring that to customers to help them innovate, it keeps going. So that's where my heart is right now, and that's where I'd go.
And Stephanie, that investment is the right investment, focus on the customer. Christine.
I would say mine's in line with Stephanie, and I would say if I could add in any type of AI or analytics to just more around like how customers are using the technology, getting that information out to partners so they can be, even more innovative with how we can better service. I think I can remember when I was shopping on Pottery Barn, and for some reason I left everything in my shopping cart, and they started emailing me directly with discounts, and I thought, how did that happen? And it was years ago, and I'm like, wow, they know me. I would love to have that experience, for our customers and our partners.
Awesome. And John?
Love that one. I actually watched Satya's keynote, and he talked about there was a case study around custom air product services and how they built an app with Power Apps that actually aligned with what I was thinking. So I think every vertical, there are business processes run in spreadsheets. Every one of those business processes run in a spreadsheet's $1 billion SaaS idea. So like the verticalization that we've spent the last 20 years kind of building horizontal infrastructure SaaS, and the next generation, I think, will get powered by industry clouds and vertical SaaS and solving those business problems that are currently in spreadsheets.
Absolutely. I think each of you actually touched on it, right? It's the customer focus, removing all the manual processes so you can actually become more productive through technology. All is the right place. And I do personally feel is if we had we were given the $10 million, I think it's building the community that can create the economic engine for the future and create lots of jobs, a lot of new innovations in the market. And I think they're doing the right thing by bringing through the partnership. So Stephanie, Christine, this is for both of you. Yesterday was like massive announcements on big investments that were made in the marketplace. And I think it was all about dreaming big, and Microsoft is doing their promise and showing the promise on marketplace. Share with us is how Microsoft is innovating with partners and customer through the digital marketplace, and why should the audience here, because a lot of our audience is entrepreneurs, care about participating in marketplace. So Stephanie, I'll start with you first.
Sure. I mean, essentially for us, the marketplace is our centralized engine for how we connect customers and partners. And so our goal is just to streamline this as best as we can. How do we make it easier for customers? How do we make it easier for partners? And so I think many people heard our announcement yesterday that we really want to help partners innovate and grow by bringing our marketplace transaction fees down substantially from industry standard 20% down to 3%. And really we are so excited to do this, and we feel like it is absolutely the right thing, because we want partners to keep more of their margin to be able to invest back in innovation. I think another couple things are worth noting. I think one other key thing is just the opportunity with the whole Microsoft Cloud and the whole Microsoft business. So we have such a comprehensive marketplace. And if you look at some of the depth of announcements from yesterday, you can see that there's some value announced on Microsoft 365 and Teams. There's some value announced on Dynamics and some on Azure as well. And I really do encourage people to look at that. But this comprehensive nature of things it is something that customers want. And it is an opportunity for partners to start with one part of our cloud and expand. And kind of to that point, and the point that John made earlier, one other example of innovating is to really look at that Microsoft Cloud Platform and look at the APIs aligned to industries that are available for healthcare, manufacturing, financial services, and not-for-profit. And again, kind of getting to all those manual processes that could be automated and turned into value for customers in return. So, I think there's an opportunity for partners to jump in, leverage these, these assets, and then really broadly make their products available, with association with the Microsoft Cloud and our broad customers, and also our geographical footprint. So we are really trying to look at how do we help partners? What's the next thing and the next thing and next thing? And hopefully yesterday was a good day for folks in terms of our announcement. We feel good about it.
Stephanie, I was cheering, I was dancing when I heard that one. And that one was probably the best market signal we have found in the marketplaces over the last 20 years. And I would say that is the way how you make the access equitable for everybody. And Christine, you won the Partner of the Year award at the Commercial Marketplace. So congratulations. And you have been leading for F5, truly transformation around the marketplace. So tell us how you are innovating with Microsoft and your channel partners using Marketplace as a new channel.
So, I covered this yesterday. I think I was talking, John, with folks from Tackle, and we went through a lot of acquisitions, and so we had a lot of offerings that our customers were purchasing. And so for us, Marketplace became almost a central location for us to meet the customer. So, we started innovating with the Marketplace itself. What features can we draw from the platform and automate? And we had a very good relationship with Microsoft's engineering team within the Marketplace organization. And so we were feeding in requirements that were really important to us. And the two that were launched, I will say, was a very good, passionate discussion that we had, because we had not only as a partner, right, of Microsoft, but I have other partners, right, that I'm also trying to help meet our customers. And so it's an opportunity now with this announcement for us to bring all of the innovation that we've created in the last year or so with the program, with the programs that Microsoft has for the platform, and now we get to extend that to our channel community. And that's really where we start to see the real fun and creative ideas that our channel provides.
Absolutely, Christine. And we took a signal last year, and we actually developed Women in Cloud Solution Marketplace connected to the Microsoft Marketplace. So all the women founded solutions are accessible for all the enterprise companies. So now they don't even have to figure out where to find it. They can come here. Everybody has gone through the accelerator and their solutions are looking fabulous. So, and I think this is going to be an area where we will see another 10 to 20 years, there will be a lot of innovation that's going to be coming. So John, Christine, we know that every company is going to be bringing cloud solution, and it will be spurting everywhere. So what do you see as the gold standard for companies to list and transact on marketplaces, and what makes companies stand out when participating in marketplaces? So I'll start with you, John, first.
I think there's 5 key steps that companies who want to succeed with marketplaces need to follow. And the very first one is, what is your strategy? How does your product help a cloud buyer? Like, you need to be able to answer that question clearly. And once you can answer that question, you need to get executive alignment, because, marketplace is not owned by a single person in your company. It really is an enterprise strategy, and you need alignment across the company. So the second part, once you have that alignment, you need to identify some demand. And the best practice is to enable a SWAT team to go out and start talking to buyers about, would it be easier to buy from us on your cloud bill? And it doesn't necessarily have to be a question of marketplace. It could be a little bit nuanced. You have a strategic relationship with Microsoft, because not everyone will understand marketplace or even that's available. So go identify some demand, because when you list, you want to be able to list and transact quickly. Every new channel you need to bring to life. And the way to bring it to life is to actually execute on revenue. And once you have revenue and you transact once, transact 5 times, 10 times, you can then build the social proof to educate both your field sellers and your customers with, because your field sellers will, emulate the success patterns that they see. So you have to help create those success patterns. And then your buyers, once you can build that value proposition of why your product plus cloud makes a lot of sense for them, they'll naturally gravitate towards it. And then the last step, once you have that success enablement, is to really make marketplace part of your core go-to-market. It has to be thought about in all elements of your go-to-market system.
Thank you, John. What about you, Christine?
Well, I mean, I think we followed the blueprint with what John said, so we actually took what he just said in practice. It was really looking at what's our pricing, across the products within marketplace, right? Are we, parity with what we are offering customers, without being in marketplace? What are the tools and resources that we need to give to our F5 sellers in order for them to, that's more on the go-to-market side, in order for them to execute. But I think really for us, it started with understanding who was dabbling in marketplace, right? So there was like about 8 different organizations, and we did a listening tour and captured requirements. And we realized that nobody really owns a marketplace. People own a segment of it. So it really is kind of this community that we built internally. And what's really interesting to see now is that now that we've built this blueprint, other organizations are coming and saying, well, I want to pop up this marketplace, or we're just seeing more excitement. And now I think the next thing to address is how do we bottle that enthusiasm and make sure that we're staying true to our North Star. And the North Star is where are our customers? And right now our customers, a large volume of them are at Microsoft. So, but it's a journey for sure.
And Christine, I've seen you go through the transformation work. It's been fabulous. And I think it takes work. It's a new engine you have to build. Mm-hmm. So think about as an engine creation and then put in like the right investment. John and Stephanie, this is the one that you guys both talked about this morning, is about how to really prepare for this massive opportunity. And John, I would like you to talk about that 1 to 10, 10 to 100 customer plan. And then Stephanie, I would like to talk about how Microsoft makes it easy for companies like us to really take advantage of it. So John, go ahead.
Yeah, so as a startup kind of founder and CEO, you try to break your journey down into the 0 to 1, like who is your first customer, and then the 1 to 10, who are your first 10 customers, and then how do you scale from there to $1 million in ARR, then 10 million in ARR, then 100 million in ARR. Like that's the blueprint for every startup founder. And I think you can follow that exact same model in this marketplace world. And it comes back to those 5 steps that we talked about around product strategy, executive alignment, and finding demand. Once you understand that demand, you want to build the muscle and go execute. And that's that first customer to the first 10 customers. And from there, you build the success patterns and the social proof for everyone to follow. And that sets you up to scale from 10 customers to 100 customers. And then you build a process just to continually evolve as you go. And I think that works for startups. It works for marketplace businesses. I'm really excited. We've had a lot of success partnering with our customers on that pattern.
Absolutely. And John, I would love to bring you back again to really help us learn that 0 to 10 kind of customer acquisition plan, because you have done it over and over again. And Stephanie, how do we are small companies, we are not massive companies like F5, how should we be thinking about engaging with the Microsoft engine as we put the solutions in the marketplace?
Yeah, I mean, today we have more than 30,000 solutions in the marketplace. And I think the way to start to think about it is, it's not just Azure, and the customer base is not just Azure. So we've got over 1 billion customers of Microsoft that really are going to, as you co-sell with us, come into the marketplace, build your first offering, build your next and your next, they're going to get exposure. And those customers are getting more and more familiar with purchasing via marketplaces as well. And I think it's our job at Microsoft to do things to help that. So for example, one of the things that we do is the Microsoft Azure consumption commitment, which is something that we have, it's a licensing construct with our customers. We've set it up so that they can draw down against that consumption commitment that gives, so you commit to a certain amount of consumption on Azure, you get a better price. but they can draw that down by buying through the marketplace. What that does is that puts, kind of all of our assets to work for you. So I think you have to look for us to continue to do thoughtful things like that to help you be successful, along with doing a fantastic merchandising job and everything you would expect from a great marketplace. So that's going to be our mindset. And I think if folks come in with that mindset as well, we will all thrive together.
And Stephanie, well said. That's what the Cloud Accelerator is designed for, to really have that new mindset for entrepreneurs, so that they're not really building a business for short term, like trying to go try multiple things, but really focus on a right channel and then put in a lot of investments and resources and really have the right SWAT teams to really accomplish the goals is winning an enterprise customer. So this question is for all of you. Like, as these companies are embarking on the journey, are there any things that they should be considering, like changing the business model or sales processes or hiring new people? Do you have any recommendation? I'll start with you, John, and Christine, and Stephanie, if you can close it out.
Yeah, I think like changing the business model, I wouldn't say change it. It's really, how do you complement your business model with marketplace? And there may be some nuances around that. And it really comes down to, how does your buyer want to buy and the incentives for your buyers? So I think that's one area. And then, that leads into compensation. This should never be something that you penalize your employees for using. You should always think about marketplace, either incenting them to use marketplace or at a minimum making it compensation neutral. When people make it punitive, it's not really setting the right expectations for your organization that this is a thriving new digital channel we want to embrace. And then the last thing, investing in resources is something, as you start to scale, that will be necessary. Just like any channel, if you're growing a sales organization, you're going to add people. When you're growing a cloud go-to-market, over time, you're going to add people.
Thank you, John. Christine.
I'm actually looking at, even my team, I talked about getting executive buy-in and going through those steps. And then, a portion of that was, how do I restructure my own team, right? So I have, the alliance relationships, right? And then I also have go-to-market programs, and I look at the team that I manage versus like a team that I managed 4 years ago, and it looks very different. So half of my team is really focused on the relationship and growing the partnership and having the executive alignment and all the things that you get out of the alliance. But then half of my team really is all about operations. So it's like looking at who are the channel partners that are, in our programs that are transacting through, marketplace. How are we booking opportunities through our own CRM tool to better understand around private offers? So then I have somebody else looking after, just private offers sales. So it's like half of my team really is starting to be built out for just operations. And now we're looking at adding on renewals. And now we're becoming a renewals business. I'm like, wow, where is this coming from? But it's just because we're just moving through this business model.
And Christine, can you also touch on, as F5 has their solutions in the marketplace, is there any ways that you're thinking about a P2P strategy? That means companies like us should be partnering with brands like yours, which has solutions on marketplace. Are you thinking about that business models as you go forward?
Absolutely. And this is one of the reasons why we partnered with Tackle. It was like we needed to operationalize our entire, procurement platform. So to make that more robust so we could add in channel partners, we will be launching a buying program that is specialized for our channel partners, which is inclusive of digital marketing and providing channel kits to other different channel partners and providing a community. So that is something that we'll be launching later this year. So continuing to build value, and anybody can participate. Anybody.
You want to chime in?
Yeah, I mean, what both John and Christine said resonates with me. I think the thing for folks to remember is that this is change management. And in many cases, it's really more of an adaptive change where there's no perfect, well-established playbook in your company. And so what you're doing is you are teaching people kind of building new muscles, shall I say. And so, I think this is where you just have to recognize that it takes a different kind of leadership. You have to roll up your sleeves a little bit more and show people versus expecting them to just go operate. Christine, your point on the shifting, kind of composition of the team that really resonates with me as well. I have a huge portion of my team now that is operations. As we go more and more modern digital in the approach we take in our own business, let alone the work we're doing on the marketplace side. So kind of thinking about yourself as a change driver, taking a page from John in terms of, it's not a boom and you're already there, you're going to do it in stages, understanding that you're going to have to roll up sleeves and teach as a leader, and then recognizing that you will in fact lightly about the talent and the composition of your team.
Yeah, absolutely. And working with all of you and also Karen here, Susan, we are looking into digital collective selling together so we can create opportunities for each other. So that new idea is something we are exploring, and that will create massive access. So we are close to the end. Is there any final words of wisdom and resources you would like to share with the community? So Christine, do you have anything to share?
I love that there is no playbook. There really is no playbook. But the great thing about this though is there is no playbook. So you can get as creative as you can. And I just say, try and fail, and that's okay. Because you are going to bump into walls along this journey. But it's also fun to see the new models that are coming out, and the testament to the team being half operations really does speak volumes. So just don't be afraid to be creative.
Perfect. John?
Say if there's early stage founders and you feel like your product market fit marketplace can be a way to access, a gigantic buyer pool. We not only help sellers sell, we sell through Azure Marketplace and AppSource, and we're in some ways our best use case. And we were a single digit person startup when we started doing that. So you can grow a meaningful, and now we're a Series B venture backed company. So I think there's a great opportunity for early stage founders to take advantage of the marketplace model to grow fast. Thank you, John.
Stephanie?
Yeah, I'll go to that really optimistic place. We have talked about challenges, but boy, I am optimistic. The opportunity in the years, short number of years ahead, is immense for us all. There's so much need for solutions with our customers. And, my goal at Microsoft is to say, how can I help build scaffolding to give you better access to customers, let you acquire them, let you actually expand your worldwide footprint, let you go from one piece of the Microsoft cloud to, more of the Microsoft cloud, and really give you access to the largest distribution channel and really, really broad customer base. So that's my goal. I want to end on that note of optimism and just my excitement about this community.
First is, I agree with you, Stephanie, is the optimism is really high. I actually feel is the marketplace actually opens up that $1 trillion opportunity. If you show up, try it, explore, dream big, we can all make it happen. And here is what I learned away from each one of you is really take action, start small, create your SWAT team, win your first 10 customers, and really start building the marketplace strategy if you are an entrepreneur and you're building a tech solution. And we actually have Women in Cloud actually has a solution marketplace. You should all go check it out, solutions.womenincloud.com. Go help each one of you, work with them, collaborate with them, ask for a demo. So that way you get to see what solutions are here. I also saw there was a very specific thread that was happening as we were having a conversation, was really around the education piece. So I know that education is not easily accessible for women to really acquire cloud skill. So Bruna, here is the one. We are working with all the brands in the tech industry to create tech scholarships for women so they can do. So the first wave, we had 650 scholarships that were given. We had over 1,000 plus people apply, and it was over in 5 weeks. We know there's a huge demand. We are working towards that one. So keep that in mind. We as a collective community, we are listening. We are going to make things happen. Again, Stephanie, John, Christine, absolutely fantastic conversation. Each one of you are so integral to Women in Cloud community and creating this movement to be alive and really create that economic access. So thank you, and really appreciate you being with us today. And let's give a big round of applause to all of them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Here.
All right. That was fantastic. You know, some of that, I have to say, as a small business owner, was so amazing. If you were in the chat is sometimes the place where you can get the information and the connections that you need. Especially, I'm glad that Chai, you called that out about education, because I was watching that stream too, because there is some access to technology that's not happening. It's not ubiquitous for everybody. And that has been really about the inclusive piece that we're trying to change. We're trying to really shift that in Women in Cloud. You can see that. So I love that. Okay, now we get to see, now this is the last thing before we'll have a break. So just hold on, because this is going to be fantastic. We're going to do the Cloud Innovation Solution Showcase, but I want to first introduce Nancy Pendleton. She's our moderator for this power panel. I just want to say that she is a rock star, and she's so supportive. If you go to her LinkedIn profile, you know, I couldn't find her birthday, so I'm thinking she might be an earth sign, but I don't know, because she works for Boeing, so she could be an air sign. So we'll have to let her answer that, but she's the VP of BDS software at Boeing. She's the director of system engineering. She's from Missouri, and you should know this about her. She won a McKelvey Engineering Award. That's a big deal. And she's fearless, she's inspirational, and she's on the front lines of freedom. Let's go, Nancy, bring it on.
Hi, thank you. Thank you very much. Hey, I just wanted to share a few opening comments in regards to what Boeing does. And Boeing is truly honored to serve those that rely on our products and our services. And to do that, just realize that we hold ourselves always to the highest standards in regards to how we do our work, and how we treat each other. And that's really something that I think that really excites us as being a partner with the Women in Cloud to really help advance the economic access for women in the workplace. And to go along with that, Boeing really holds itself to a very high set of standards and commitment to a set of values. And those values guide us, every employee, in everything that we do every day. In the way we operate, the way we innovate, the way we do our work, really is guided by a personal commitment to those value system. And that value system then integrates and really influences how we work with our teams, how we work with our customers, our stakeholders. And really important here is the communities that we live and we work in. And to that end, it really is fantastic for us to support, you know, involvement and providing opportunities for women. And I'm really excited for this panel. I think it's fantastic in regards to solutions are the start of how we create economic development opportunities for all of us. And I'm here for this panel to really join you and the panel members to really explore some amazing cloud solutions that are being developed by women tech founders who are disrupting million-dollar, billion-dollar industries. So it should be an exciting time. It should be an exciting set of discussions. And what we have here as an overall format is that each of the individuals and panel members will have 5 minutes to provide and present your demo and your presentation. We'll go through each of the speakers and I'll introduce you, and then I'll have you just introduce yourself a little bit more before you go into your demo, and then we'll do some Q&A at the end. So with that, why don't we go ahead and get started? So our first participant and panel member is Cheryl Ingram, Chief Executive Officer for Inclusion. So over to you.
Hi, thank you, Nancy. Hello, my future inclusologists. My name is Dr. Cheryl Ingram, and I am the CEO of Inclusology and founder. And I've been the CEO and founder of Inclusology for almost 3 years now, and I've been doing diversity, equity, and inclusion work for 21 years next month. And I am waiting for now. What is Inclusology? You're probably asking, because it's such a cool name. Now, Inclusology is an all-in-one diversity, equity, and inclusion management platform that is a SaaS that is designed to reduce bias, increase employee retention, and help you accelerate your diversity, equity, and inclusion goals and strategy within your company. Next slide, please. Now, who do we usually serve? So what we found is we work often with the head of HR or the person in charge of talent or your CHRO. And we often save them $40,000 per employee in turnover rates per year in an accelerated time frame. Now, key qualifiers, and this might be you, is if you work in a company where perhaps there's a high employee turnover, or you're having challenges recruiting diverse populations, or if you work in HR and you get blamed for everything that goes wrong with your employees, or you have difficulty assessing and measuring diversity, equity, and inclusion, and or a company that is looking to increase their reputation with diversity, equity, and inclusion and their impact. Next slide, please. Now, how do we do that? How do we save companies $40,000 per year per employee? Well, earlier I said that Inclusology is an all-in-one diversity, equity, and inclusion management platform. Let me break that down. So we do that in 4 ways. We have a built-in question bank with over 350 research-based questions to help you analyze 14 different categories from recruitment to executive leadership and development in diversity, equity, and inclusion. We also run an assessment. So when you have your questions and you look through our question bank, we onboard you and prepare you to do DEI yourself by launching your own assessment within your company, measuring different areas of diversity, equity, and inclusion. Next, we also have e-learning. We have 33 trainings and we're growing, from allyship to microaggressions to unconscious bias, and we offer certifications for diversity, equity, and inclusion for every course that you complete in our e-learning platform. And then we also help you build your vision and strategy through online consulting with our consultants and also through automation. Next slide, please. And for a limited time offer, I'm offering the first 10 companies who inquire and sign up using code WIC 2021, you get 50% off for your first annual subscription to Inclusology. Yay, Kyle, throw glitter. Yes, are we excited? You should be excited. Next slide, please. Now, what we need from you and what we'd like from the Women in Cloud community is for introductions to strategic partners at enterprise companies in multiple industries, from tech, healthcare, to large media corporations. We'd also like for you to sign up for a demo, and you can do that by reaching out to us at Cheryl@inclusology.com or info@inclusology.com, and you can also sign up through our website, www.inclusology.com. So come with us, come work with us to make your workplace all inclusive for all of your employees, because we look forward to doing that work in partnership with you. Thank you.
It was fantastic. All right, moving on to our next presenter, Bhavya Agrawal, founder of Zipboard.
Hi everyone. My name is Bhavya. I know, Nancy, it's very hard to pronounce it, so I'll say it again, Bhavya Agrawal. And I am the founder of Zipboard. I'm going to quickly figure out how to share my screen so that, all right. Zipboard is a visual review platform for digital content. We are making it easy for teams to share feedback on visual content. Over 1 million digital content is produced every day, and this is not counting the social media posts, but websites, learning content, videos, which requires intensive feedback from various stakeholders, designers, collaborators, managers, and so on. And out of that feedback, 94% of that feedback is design related. Yet, content reviews are not visual. Spreadsheets, emails, calls are used to explain those design issues. And in the previous panel, I think that's what John was talking about, how spreadsheets are going to be replaced by, it's a SaaS model, business itself. And that's what we are doing. We are trying to bring visual content reviews rather than doing things on spreadsheets. So give a whiteboard on top of your digital content, whether it's a video or a SharePoint site, a website, digital learning content. So here you can see, as you browse through the content, the stakeholders can really review using all the annotation and markup tools and give a more contextual information, have a more discussion or a brainstorming session. Not just that, once you bring that feedback, and you get thousands of that feedback when you're building for scale, you can really push that feedback to your using our backlog management tool, or you can bring it to Microsoft Azure DevOps, Teams, Atlassian's Jira, or use our API to integrate with other tools. We've had one customer in Dubai use it for integration with SAP recently. The board users save about 30% time in their content production. They can improve and create better quality content, save money, and improve overall collaboration by bringing everybody on the same page. We have teams across the world use Report. Some of those teams also build for some of the very large companies like Microsoft itself. And in fact, we are piloting right now with Accenture to get their digital learning content process workflow. We are making collaboration easier in a lot of industries. Web development is one, digital learning, construction management, and also anywhere there is visual collaboration required, like maps and ArcGIS space. I'm here to ask you for help to make collaboration more visual. I'm looking for channel partnership, strategic partnership, technical partnership. If you think there is a product that you see, you want to bring a visual collaboration piece to it, I'm very willing to talk. And of course, creating more access. I cannot be more thankful to Chetra and Women in Cloud for creating that access already, but love to have a conversation. You can check us out at zipboard.co, or find me on LinkedIn or Twitter. We're also on Microsoft Marketplace and Women in Cloud Solution Marketplace. If I can speak some more, I can.
Job in presenting that a really important topic, right? Collaboration, and the need to do that, and the visualization, I think, is really key for us all moving forward. So we move on to our next presenter, Sinmi Adewale-Asin, who is President and Chief Executive Officer of Daniola Corporation. So over to you.
Hello, everyone across the world. My name is Simi Adewale-Asin, and I'm based in Canada, and I'm the founder and CEO of the corporation. It's a pleasure to present to you today on how we're helping the mining sector work in a new age in mining exchange. So initially, we had conversations with mining executives on what the real terms of procurement of goods and services, talking of commodities like gold, like ammonites that is unique to Southern Alberta, and knowing what was really the issue that we're having in the supply chain. And then we discovered that through the conversation, there was three, in terms of lack of transparency, in terms of fraud, and in terms of lack of trust. So some of the executives said that 80% of the intended solutions do not meet required service offering through the supply chain. So there's sort of a disconnect between the miners and the off-takers and vendors who are the stakeholders. Next slide, please. And so we spoke to the mining companies and we said, okay, Daniola Corp is going to build this solution for you. I and my team have experience of over 20 years in commodity trading, in technology and supply chain. And how we make ourselves unique is the fact that we focus on local procurement. So making sure that there's transparency on reporting of local data with the transactions that happen through our system. Discoverability, where marketplace where mining companies come on our system and they're able to create more visibility, market their ads, and have direct engagement with the vendors and the off-takers, as well as matchmaking. We do a match process with the vetted business owners that the mining companies work with in terms of their service offerings. So they have an opportunity of posting their service offering on our system, and they're able to bid when the mining companies post for a request or purchase at a particular mine operation. Right now, we're currently in conversations with Iron Gold, which some of you might know. It's a publicly listed mining company, and we're working on the paid pilot. And we're going to help them with some of their operations in Canada, in Brazil, and in Africa. So one huge point is in the terms of sustainability. Sustainability, UN SDG goals is huge in the mining sector in terms of making sure that the mining companies are not involved in child labor, that they are actually promoting gender equality in terms of how they're tapping into the community pool and supply chain, and there's balance in terms of the business owners that they're doing transactions with. Next slide, please. So here is a glimpse of what our solution looks like when the mining company creates a profile. So the business manager will be in control, will manage the profiles, and they're able to create multiple accounts because mining companies, let's say an operator opens an account on Daniola's system, then the sometimes they trade, let's say trading gold, they're able to also perform transactions in silver as well. So we have different commodities like gold, ammonite. So it's not just one specific business on the system. Next slide, please. So in terms of documentation, which is really huge in the line of business, we make sure that, our system is connected to API calls. So we're able to verify that when you're not just doing the stakeholders are not just doing business with a ghost, and that the documents they actually put on the system we're able to track and trace the source of where these commodities are coming from. And that is the way that we're able to improve local procurement, because we know that there's pressure on mining companies to improve the data on local procurement. So we help them increase their contract management system by 200% so far by data. Next slide, please. What the SDG is like when they connect and align with their particular SDG goals. Next slide, please. Okay. So this is what the map view is like on the system with operations, with mining operations happening all over different countries globally. So you're able to have data, and we provide that data on what is happening on a particular mine. And then the service providers in that particular location are able to bid for that services or for that commodity and trade with the mining companies. Next slide, please. Where can you find us? You can find us on the Women in Cloud Marketplace. Next slide. The link is in the chat. And we're currently
That was a fantastic presentation and very impactful. Now we move on to our last panel member, Sonali Jha, founder and director of Phenomenal Technologies Private Limited. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. I am Sonali, founder of Phenomenal Technologies. Phenomenal is, Reza, you can share my screen. Yeah. So Phenomenal is a SaaS company which builds easy-to-use cloud-native digital products. These days, you are seeing entrepreneurship is in boom, and true disruption changes an approach to make a product or service more accessible or more affordable. This is the mantra I subscribe to, and this is what Phenomenal flagship product Accubate has achieved. Can we move to next slide, please? Can we move to next slide, please? I'm not able to see. Okay. So as I said, this is the era of entrepreneurs, and incubators and accelerators formed by the academia, corporate, public, and private institutions are the spine of the ecosystem. As of now, more than 25,000 incubators and accelerators are set up to promote innovation and startup. But the critical challenge is the inadequate technical infrastructure. So there is a need to automate, organize, track, and boost value. With Accubate, we are trying to provide all-in-one innovation management platform. Next slide, please. So the key modules which Accubate has, the role-based, rich with graphics, analytics, mass mailing, calendar integration, affordable. It is affordable and helps in saving administrative hundreds of hours time to focus on establishing new innovation or startup idea. As of now, we have catered to global audience from Indian Institute of Science to NIPA, South Korean IT promotion agency. Next slide, please. Somehow I'm not able to see the... Is it fine if I'll share my own screen?
Yes, Sonali. What I think there is a signal that is slower than what we are seeing. So you can share your screen and you can go through the slides. We are totally fine with that. We got you here. Okay.
Okay. Or I can continue now. I think it is fine.
Yeah. So just go through your presentation. Don't worry about the slide. Just go through what your presentation is. You will be fine. Don't worry about it, because I think there's a delay with the technology. Okay.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah. So as I mentioned, with Accubate, we provide all-in-one innovation management platform. It is a highly customizable platform to fit all the processes, such as selection process, segmentation, data collection, emails, forms, and many more. It has role-based permissions, analytics, mass mailing, calendar integration are the key features. With the Accubate, we provide the complete application management, evaluation management, mentor management, and generate insights and also the actionable reports for better management. There is a easy access to past records, enabling analysis that support the organizational strategy for and future planning. Learning management and mentor management are the key modules which most of the incubators are using as part of Accubate. What we offer is a 3-month pilot to organizations and give access to our standard and premium features with multiple users. And last but not the least, building a company is incredibly challenging, but having the support of the Women in Cloud program was a huge advantage in terms of partnership, global outreach, and marketing. As of now, we are looking for technology advisors to join our board network. We are also looking for investors who can join this exciting journey, because Government of India has recently announced that to set up the incubation center in all the institutions. And as in India, there are more than 64,000 institutions. And government has mandated to set aside 3% of their annual budget. So there is a huge opportunity. And globally also, incubators and accelerators are increasing day by day. So we are looking for investors. You can find me in LinkedIn and Twitter. I will share my email ID as well. And also you can find us in Women in Cloud Marketplace. Thank you.
Now, I guess we have a little bit of time before our session ends that we'd like to open it up for Q&A. So please type your questions in the Q&A portion of the screen, and then we'll invite all of our panel members back on stage so that we can answer any questions that you have. All right. Let's see. We'll wait for a few questions as they arrive. Let's go ahead and just start with a general question that I'd like to offer up to the whole panel. What have you viewed as been one of the biggest things, or biggest obstacles, if you will, that you've had to overcome in getting your businesses? They're fantastic ideas. What were probably the one obstacle that you said was the biggest one you had to overcome in order to achieve success?
Yeah, I'll go first. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. For me, it was raising funding to actually get the product developed. So as a Black female founder, it's been, the funding journey has been extremely difficult in order to get our product to where we needed it to be. And so as an entrepreneur, and I have 2 companies, the other that is very successful, has always been a challenge, especially as I'm raising a seed round.
Okay, fantastic. Others?
I'll go next. So for me, I think it's been, I come from a tech background. So building the product was easy, but making sure listening to the problem of the enterprises, listening to whether and how to really bring it to market, I think that's been the biggest challenge.
Great. Good, Sonali.
For me, bringing the first customer on board, because there is especially for the female tech founders, there is a less trust. So onboarding the first paying customer was a big challenge.
Okay.
I think for me as well is it's actually building a team. So I'm offering a solution for the mining sector, and they're mostly men. It's highly male dominated, and then having that team has been a challenge for me.
Okay, thanks. I guess another question that we have from the audience is, what situation made you decide to build your solution?
I'll go first this time. So I actually ran a content development and a software development team in India, and I was collaborating with companies in the US, with some people in Poland, and we were all over the place. And I was like, oh my God, this is not the way we can collaborate. We had Jira tickets, we had everything possible really working for us, but still, it felt like we couldn't get on a call for everything, and we needed to build a system to be collaborative.
Okay.
Well, for me, I can go next. Okay.
Yep, please do.
For me, I had firsthand experience in commodity trading, and I was exposed to, the lack of transparency and almost like fraud that becomes so stressful on the stakeholders. And the conversations kept happening in every panel or conference I was attending. I mean, UN is always coming up with reports on what to do and how to be transparent. And I was like, okay, why not? If not me, then who won't? So here we are. I keep preaching the message and able to share the message and, get people, preaching the same message, and we're solving this huge problem in the mining sector with technology.
For me, it was because I have been working in diversity, equity, and inclusion for so long. I had this moment of it takes companies way too long to fix things. And I felt this sense of empathy, one, for people in companies who were struggling for whatever reason. And the fact that, most DEI solutions take a really long time, even as I was working in DEI as a consultant, to see change. And I wanted to speed that up. And so I had been working with an enterprise company, and I had run an assessment, and they were really, really struggling with retention of their employees. And so I've been a fixer by nature. And I asked myself, how am I going to speed up the process to make the workplace more inclusive and fair for the people who need it? And so that's where Inclusology came, is out of my first company, because some of our methodologies were just taking too long.
All right. Others?
Yeah. So I belong to rural farming community, and I know the importance of education. And with the help of my family support, I covered my journey to complete my master's from New York University. Before founding Qnomil, I was working with Goldman Sachs, and I found a need, especially for the digital IT infrastructure in the education sector. So that's as we know, only the institutions which are very well funded can have their own IT infrastructure, and there are 80% institutions who cannot afford to have their own IT infrastructure. So that's the starting point. I started thinking about Qnomil and founded in 2018.
Okay. All right. Well, I've gotten this signal that we're at the end of our session. We had a couple other questions that we'll continue to, and we'll share with you offline in regards to getting some responses. And then hopefully you'll be able to interact with other members of the conference as we go on. But I first want to say big thanks to all of you. You were amazing women. That's all I can say. You are amazing women with amazingly bright ideas. And you're moving forward with them. You're making them real, and you're touching and impacting the lives and companies around the globe. And all I have to say is hats off to you. Thank you for being inspirational. I know I've been inspired by this session today. And thank you so very much for sharing your companies, your ideas, and your passion. So thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Nancy, thank you.
Thank you.
It's an honor. Thank you.
Fantastic. Wow. Thank you so much, Nancy, for moderating that. That was, those solutions are so amazing. And I had put in the chat like there's such diverse solutions, especially, you know, working in mining. I have done mapping for mining before, so I know it is really a male dominated field, and I'd be in there facilitating these change conversations. They'd be like, what are you talking about? You know, and this is back in the day. So I just love that everybody's solutions are meeting these needs that are so critical. I love it. This has been a fantastic series of sessions. We're going to take a 10-minute break right now. So please go out, network with people, get something to drink, and also go and take a picture in the photo booth or go see the sponsors. And we'll come back in 10 minutes. We'll see you soon. Have a fun break.
Hello, 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 everyone. Welcome to the Cloud Innovator Pitch Challenge. Did you all have good time in the morning session? Yes? Okay. Tell me, what were your takeaways from the morning session? What were your takeaways? What did you learn through the thought leadership and also watching all the entrepreneurs do their pitch? Come on, go ahead and put it in the chat. Yep, it's a new thinking process and ideas. Yep, I may have found a new partner. Wow, that is so cool, Susan. Focus on people and success to follow. Purpose mindset, absolutely. It's important to drive diverse teams and dreaming big. So today on the Cloud Innovator Challenge, again, these ideas are big ideas disrupting billion-dollar markets. So what we are going to do today is just talk about how the whole process will work. And all of you, we would like you to be engaged, really use your emojis to get everybody excited. So let's go to the next slide, Riza. So this session is presented by iCert as an ally, and we really partnered with TIE Seattle to really host this Cloud Innovator Pitch Challenge to really pick the winner and send them to qualify for the Dubai Challenge, which is the TIE Global Challenge, where they can win $100,000. So it's pretty exciting, and we really appreciate iCert as an ally to believe in women entrepreneurs and really creating access to amazing opportunities. The way we are going to go about doing this, go to the next slide, is we will have Monica come in and hold on for a second. Hold on. I'm technically a little bit challenged too here. Give me a second. So right now, what we are going to do is I will have Monica Panpilia come and join us. She's from JP Morgan Chase, and she has been a managing director and also leading the Global Technology Product Office. And we have worked with Monica for the last few years, and she has been a fantastic partner of Women in Cloud. And Monica, I would really have you set the remarks, get everybody excited of why you were excited to really engage in the Cloud Innovator Pitch Challenge. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Chaitra. It's an honor to be part of this. And I am so excited, and I think all of you should be, to be part of Cloud Innovator Challenge. And as a strategic leader at JP Morgan Chase, I focus a lot on product strategy, innovation, development, and adoption in the enterprise. So as a community leader, I am very interested in investing and helping female tech founders gain access to advisors within the enterprise. Today, the exciting part of this pitch challenge is the collaboration that Chaitra talked about, the collaboration between Women in Cloud and TIE Seattle to identify companies that are developing breakthrough solutions in the enterprise ecosystem to represent us at the TIE Global Pitch Challenge. And as an audience, I'm going to ask you, get engaged with the female tech founders, open up your supplier channels, and help us make the world inclusive of the enterprise ecosystem. So with that, good luck to all the finalists and my fellow judges to pick the winner today. And we know it's going to be a fun and exciting afternoon here.
Priyanka for sharing the remarks, and the partnership with Thai Seattle is pretty exciting. And I also would like to bring in the other 5 judges who are going to be judging. So I'll start with Kelly Hartman. Kelly, come on over and talk about why are you so excited to, raise your hand to, judge this pitch competition.
Thank you, Chaitra. I'm so excited. Hi, everyone. I lead the ecosystem and business development for IBM, and as part of that, the Red Hat partnership as well. I am so excited to be here. I think it's really exciting when you combine new technology with great ideas. And so I just really look forward to hearing all of these fantastic ideas and seeing what the future holds for all of us, really.
Awesome. Thank you, Kelly. Let's have Matt Jackson. Please join us and please introduce yourself and tell me, why are you excited today?
Well, thank you so much for inviting me. Really honored to be part of this. Not only do I believe strongly in the cause, but the topic that we're talking today is really of interest, a passionate area for me. I had helped create a Born in the Cloud company a few years back, and so I have the experience of being kind of in that startup mode and struggling to get the idea out there and make the company successful. But then also through acquisition, I now find myself as an executive in a large enterprise. So kind of from the other side of the house, looking at how do we invest in startups and how do we partner to create opportunities for startups. So I'm really interested to hear all the pitches today and excited to help one of these startups really get off the ground and become successful.
That's fantastic, Matt. I'm really excited about that. Really excited to see how you are going to judge, because it was really hard to find the top 6 pitches. Priyanka Mitra, why don't you join us and talk about why are you excited? Mic on, camera on. You will be on the stage with us. Okay, let's start with Patty.
Yeah, I think I got invited first, Chai, so I'll go next. So by way of intro, I'm Patty Burleson with Accenture. I lead our tech work in the Midwest for our FS clients, and I am a woman in cloud, right? I spend a lot of my energy driving more and more women into cloud jobs, so I'm super excited to be here today to participate in this. Chai, you said it really well earlier today, which was, this is an event that's really going to change someone's life, so just thrilled to be part of it.
Perfect. That's awesome. Suresh, since you're on the screen with us.
Hi, Chaitra. Thanks for having me today. I'm really excited to be a judge. I'm a serial entrepreneur and author. And as a serial entrepreneur, I'm really excited to see a number of successful women participating in this pitch challenge. And I'm looking forward to hearing their pitches and also looking forward to mentoring at least one company in the future. So excited to be here.
Awesome, awesome. And Janae, how about you?
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Janae Fortier. I'm the Director of Grants Administration for Hello Alice. And I've spent many years reading grant applications and knowing on paper about the difference that we're able to make in people's lives and businesses' lives. But I think this will be one of my first times getting to really connect with and hear from individuals and ideators themselves. And so I'm super excited to see all of you and to have this opportunity to uplift women in our field.
Awesome, awesome. And Priyanka, are you able to come on the screen? Give it a try. If you can't, I know you are here with us. She's from M12 and it is a venture fund. So the way we pick the judges is they're all from enterprise ecosystem. They have helped many companies to really grow. And also they have created massive access to opportunities. So that's why they are here. So all the entrepreneurs get ready. So the rubric that they will be using today is 3 things. One is solution that uniquely solves the customer problem. Second, the solution is original and it is addressing the B2B market. And third is it's a market opportunity and there's a revenue stream for it. So each one of you will be given 5 minutes to present and they will judge. And after the pitches are done, we'll bring back the judges and the entrepreneur to come on the screen. And if there are any questions, then you have to answer and the judging happens. And then we'll go into a 15-minute break for deliberation. We will come back and then we will announce the winner, the first runner-up and the second runner-up. So with that, I would love to get this whole thing started. And so Patty, you can take it from here.
All right.
Welcome on the stage.
I'm so ready for this. This is going to be fantastic. All right. All of you judges, mic off, camera on, get off that stage so we can get on to these finalists. This is very exciting. So all of you, Chai, I want you to repeat for me one more time. What was the first criteria? It was original, B2B, and that revenue stream. What was the first criteria?
The solution uniquely solves a customer need and a business problem.
Okay, uniquely solves a bit. And so for all of us that are out there, we're judging too, really. Even though we've got judges, we're going to be judging too. So here, our first pitch finalist, number one, is Pradnya Desh from Advocat AI. All right, so let's bring Pradnya up. And so Sharish, there we go. All right, camera off, mic off for me. And
hello, everyone. I'm just going to share my screen. It's nice to see you. Awesome. I'm really glad to be here with you today. I'm Pradnya Desh, the CEO of Advocat AI. I'm an attorney and a former US diplomat. I'd like to introduce you to Andrew. He's an in-house attorney at a famous beverage company. And there's something that he doesn't know. His job is to review contracts for a huge department of sales professionals, but he's so busy that it takes him between 1 to 3 weeks to do anything. And the entire time, the sales professionals are complaining and grumbling that he may lose them multi-million-dollar contracts each because they think he's so slow. But it's not that he's slow. Legal's job is to carefully construct every word to reduce risk for the company. It's important, time-consuming, manual, detail-oriented work. Okay, so that is usually slow, which is why sometimes the sales professionals don't even wait. Slow costs the company money and can lose deals. What Andrew doesn't know is that last year, Peter, one of the sales professionals, copied, cut and pasted an old contract and skipped legal review altogether. Now the company is being sued for $24 million, and both Andrew and the sales hotshot are about to be fired. There is a better way. At Advocat, we believe that enterprise legal should help business get done. Here's a screenshot of our software. And here's the user experience. Peter, our sales professional, says, Advocat, I need a sales contract. And Advocat says, okay, what do you need it for? And then Peter and Advocat have a back and forth natural conversation, either voice or text, whatever Peter prefers. When Peter speaks or types, Advocat finds the right contract template, fills in the correct data pulled from databases such as Salesforce and SharePoint, performs legal research to update the document, presents the legal draft to Andrew, our in-house attorney, for approval in real time. Now, enterprise divisions, such as those who do sales, procurement, product, HR, IP, can use Advocat rather than being forced to decide between time spent and risk tolerated. There is no other solution that is conversation-driven and covers the contract creation workflow like we do. We have one patent filed and several more in process. Our AI software is smarter because it uses a knowledge graph to model legal concepts and contracts. It uses Azure Cognitive Services to extract user intent, and then we enrich the knowledge graph to perform legal research. This process is transformational for our in-house attorney, Andrew. In one case study, we found that before implementing Advocat, in-house attorneys were spending 108.3 hours per month on the tasks that we perform for them. With Advocat, these tasks take only 14 hours per month. That is 94.1 hours per attorney per month time savings for a very expensive corporate resource. Our pricing is $750 per attorney per month, which is less than legal research only providers such as LexisNexis and Westlaw. Our atypical Fortune 30 legal department has between 1,000 to 4,000 attorneys. A legal department with 1,000 attorneys, which is a bit smaller than the size of Microsoft's legal department, would save $451.8 million by spending $9 million on Advocat. Or to put it another way, we've just 7.7x'd Andrew and improved his accuracy. He looks happy. Advocat significantly reduces cost, improves accuracy, reduces risk, and generates value from contract data. 80% of Fortune 500 companies do not use contract management at all, do not use a contract management system at all, rather. The data from contracts is currently fragmented across 8 different repositories and 5 in the Fortune 500, sales, procurement, legal, acquired company databases, and others. It's a mess. And they're not getting the benefit from their own data. Advocat frees up attorneys' time to do more valuable work, increases consistency across the organization, notifies attorneys of changes in the law, has enterprise-grade security and privacy, and applies machine learning to attorney actions to constantly improve the system. We are an award-winning company. My ask to the judges is please vote for us. We would be honored to win the Women in Cloud Inspire Pitch Competition. My ask to everyone, judges and audience alike, please connect with us. Connect with me on LinkedIn or find us at advocate.ai and soon in the next few days in the Women in Cloud Marketplace and the Microsoft Marketplace. Or better yet, click on my profile right here on Remo to schedule a meeting with me. Even if it's exploratory and you just have some questions or you want to discuss partnership or learn more about our solution, I would love to meet with you. We are Advocate.
Gee, fantastic. Oh my gosh, that was so great. Oh, mic drop. Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much. Finalist number 1, Advocate AI. Okay, all right. Mic off, camera off. Thank you so much. Wow, wasn't that cool? Like, okay, here we go. Finalist number 2. This is going to be awesome. Take your pick. Here we go. Daniela Applegate, R-Threat. Go for it, Daniela. Can't wait.
Thank you, Patty. Just sharing my screen here for a second. Oops. One second, I apologize. It's not recognizing my PowerPoint presentation. Let me try this once again. Okay. Thanks for the wait. It's 7 a.m. John, the CEO of a large enterprise, receives a call from his cybersecurity director. Come to, we've got a problem. John is told their company has fallen victim to a ransomware attack, and their data is being held hostage. They're demanding we pay $10 million in Bitcoin, or our data will be sold on the dark.
Muted for some reason. You're muted. So unmute yourself, Daniela, just for a second. Unmute and go back just a hair back. Unmute. Bottom left, right down at the bottom. Put your mic on. Mic. There you go.
Sorry, I think the screen froze. Okay, I will continue to share my screen. Apologies for that. Every 39 seconds, a company somewhere around the world falls victim to a cyber attack. What happened to John happens to thousands of other business owners. Believe it or not, this global problem impacts 1 in every 3 Americans each year, and it only continues to grow. John wished he could have done something more to protect his enterprise. He assumed that purchasing security software, implementing a security strategy, and hiring security professionals would have been enough. But what was he missing? Enter R-Threat. We're a breach and attack emulation platform that challenges your cyber defenses using real-world and custom threats in a secure environment. Think of R-Threat as your live fire exercise for cyber attacks. Our platform enables you to identify security gaps and optimize solutions so you can truly validate the effectiveness of your security technology and staff before it's too late. Our approach to continuous security validation allows security leaders to finally answer the perpetual question, are we secure? So who do we help? Our cloud solution can help mid-market to enterprise organizations, both in the private and public sector. Our platform implementation and it's extremely easy to use and requires. This ensures that you can seamlessly integrate continuous security validation into your day-to-day processes. Our threat's automated capabilities allow you to run continuous assessments whenever you want and at a lower starting cost compared to the competition. Traditional manual assessments that would normally take weeks to complete can be reduced to minutes with the help of our threat. You no longer have to rely on blind trust or expensive point-in-time assessments. With our threat, you can gain true visibility into how well your cyber defenses are working on a continuous basis, saving you time and money. Not only can we help you improve your cybersecurity, we can also help justify your security ROI so you only spend money on the solutions that work. Our assessment reports can also be used as evidence when presenting to third-party auditors and your board of directors so you can show them that you're constantly challenging and improving your security strategy. So what makes our threat different? What makes us different is that we run tests using live malware samples. Think of it this way. You wouldn't test the effectiveness of a bulletproof vest using blanks. So why not hold your cybersecurity? We also develop our own custom malware that emulate the most advanced adversarial behaviors, all in a secure environment so your network is never put at risk. Our built-in threat intelligence allows us to update our malware library on a weekly basis so your security team can always access the latest emerging attack methodologies to run their assessments, so you're always staying one step ahead of the bad guys. If you want to truly protect yourself from hackers, you need your own team of hackers on your side. Our research and development team have decades of experience working in the cybersecurity industry. Our developers have constant eyes on the dark web and understand the real techniques that hackers use to infiltrate networks. So don't wait for the bad guys to strike first, and instead take a proactive approach to your cybersecurity. We are currently offering complimentary ransomware assessments for organizations looking to assess how well their cyber defenses are working and what their security posture looks like. If interested, please reach out to us. Go to our website at rthreat.net or send us an email at info@rthreat.net to request a demo of a product. Thank you for your time. Thank you again to TIE Seattle and Women in Cloud, and I hope rthreat won your vote.
Fantastic, Daniela. So that's so great. And everybody needs that. I know I did. I had my own attack this year, and I'm not even a big business. And so that is so critical. We all need that in this time. Awesome. All right, let's move on to finalist number 3. Humaira Ahmed from Locale. Come on in and share us your product. I can't wait. Here we go. Forgive me if I mispronounced your name of your company.
No problem. Okay, hello and welcome everyone. I'm Humaira Ahmed, founder and CEO of Locale, where we help companies develop and retain top female talent. I wanted to share a little bit about myself. So I'm a mother of 2. I'm an immigrant from Pakistan. I have a background in software engineering, and I worked in tech for over a decade. Unfortunately, while I may seem like a poster child for a lot of D&I initiatives, I have quit my jobs in tech many a times. After I had my 2 daughters, I really wanted to think about how we could change our current workplaces that are not designed for women. And that's when I learned that over 56% of women in the tech industry alone, of all the male-dominated industries, end up quitting their jobs mid-career. That is a big problem. Also, as a result of COVID last year and remote work being so prevalent, we learned that 1 in 4 women are contemplating downshifting their careers and leaving the workplaces. While we have this big problem at hand, we also have a unique opportunity. Companies today are spending upwards of $20 billion to attract and retain diverse talent, and women make up a huge percentage of that. Why? Because company profits and performance can be close to 50% higher when women are well represented in leadership And addressing gender parity in the workplace could add $13 trillion to global GDP in 10 years. We also know that, according to Deloitte, 90% of CEOs have stated that talent recruitment, development, advancement, and their top priority. Introducing Locale. We help build trust between employers and top talent, women, by providing one-to-one tailored, curated mentor matching and talent development opportunities through our fully managed platform built on Microsoft Azure. Our hassle-free platform takes care of onboarding, pre-screening, mentor matching, setting up sessions, and getting the feedback, through which we aggregate data to provide really incredible insights to identify top talent, give insights on big challenges women are facing in the workplace today with recommendations, and we also help organizations explore opportunities. We have our solution in the market today. We're working with medium to large enterprises, and we are really helping them attract, develop, and retain top talented women. We are also helping them increase employee engagement and develop gender diverse leadership pipeline. We operate on a B2B software as a service model and are currently working with companies across North America. Unlike our competitors, we don't just offer our software solution, we build programs. And our competitive advantages include, one, we're really hyper-focused on developing that gender diverse leadership pipeline through tailored mentor matching with leaders, also women. We provide a fully managed service, saving HR departments a lot of time and money while providing a consistent service. And we are also a value add to existing internal programs. Our team is made up of women from diverse backgrounds in all key functions, technical, business, marketing, as well as advisors who have worked at large corporations like IBM, Facebook, and Google. Why are we here today? We know that gender parity and equality cannot wait for over 100 years. I mean, that's not in my lifetime. I really want to leave workplaces better for our daughters than they are here for us today. And we are here, this amazing opportunity to connect with enterprises looking to develop gender diverse leadership pipeline, and most importantly, retain them. We're also open to strategic alliance partners. I really believe that timing is now. So please join us as we open up 3-month pilots to move the needle forward for women at your companies. Thank you so much.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Humara. That was amazing. So I love that. And we know that that is essential right now, what we got going on. So we got to get women, keep them in those tech jobs. Let's go. Let's do this. Okay. Number 4, finalist number 4, Anita Garden, Oniva. Come on, Anita, bring it on.
Awesome. Thank you so much for allowing me to join you all today. I am Anita Gardine. And in this moment, can you see my screen, everyone? Can you see me? I'm waiting for that confirmation. Can you see me? And that is probably not. You are not seeing my screen. And I'm going to share my window. Window share. Thank you. Technology. Is everyone able to see my screen now? I hope that you are. Can you confirm that you can see the screen? Stop sharing.
So we were able to see your screen, Anita.
Oh,
yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. I couldn't hear. I'm going to go ahead and start my pitch and can start with my 5 minutes. Thank you all so much. I'm Anita Gardine. I'm the CEO of Oniva, and having her,
Anita, okay? you stopped your screen share to respond. So you just need to bring it up one more time for us.
Awesome. Don't you love that this is a technology pitch and I sit here CEO? Are you now able to see my screen?
Go ahead.
Awesome. Thank you so much. It was so awesome to be able to hear from Humira and to hear her story and how she's focused on women. As CEO of Oniva, I too am focused on how to bring trust and care to companies so that they can attract and retain talent. What we do and what we've offered since 2014 here in Silicon Valley is access to trusted care for employees at great companies like Microsoft, San Mateo Credit Union, and Felice Insurance. We know that they can connect to caregivers who comply with all applicable laws and are trusted with living FBI background checks to come into their homes today to deliver the care services that so many of us need in order to function. Even before COVID, we knew that women and men were hampered in our abilities to truly live our best lives and bring our best to the workplace because of our care needs at home. That's why we've spent the last 7.5 years so that no employee has to choose between work and family ever again. You know, we already got to hear Humira share with us how women in particular have been impacted by COVID. Even before COVID, we saw employers who need women desperately to achieve their strategic plans leave the workforce. And as we heard her share, the more senior a person is in the organization, the more likely or the potential for them to exit. That's why we've spent the last 7.5 years building our enterprise-grade GDPR-compliant technology platform so that we can meet the needs of all the customers who need to be a part of that care match. I'll share that since December 10, 2014, Reverend Jesse Jackson introduced us to Fred. Now, Fred is the Vice President of Benefits and Mobility at Microsoft, and it's thanks to Fred that this certified Black-owned supplier has had the privilege of building her technology, not only with his support and guidance, as well as that of companies like Intel, who've helped us build for the global company, the global supplier. Along with Fred, since 2014, we've gone on to build Oniva 2.0, which is in production, available for deployment nationally and into the EU. I'm sorry, because we are GDPR compliant. But thanks to Fred, we also have 1 patent awarded for trust and safety and care, a second pending for the video that we'll share, and we've gone on to win technology awards such as TechCrunch Silver. Fred and I knew in 2014 that companies were struggling to attract and retain talent. We all heard Humira share her story. My story is that in the year 2000, I left as the most senior executive at a company called Seagate as a CFO with a $3.5 billion business. Having been in similar roles at Levi Strauss, at AT&T, UC Berkeley, and other corporations, usually as the most senior woman or Black or other executive. Had I had this benefit, this is not backup care, available 24/7, 365. Had I cared this benefit, I may not have left that job. Humira may not have left those jobs, and corporations need us now. And as women, we need to close the gender pay equity gap. And as a former CFO, I know that not only do we need to bring that care into those homes, but we need to make sure that it's compliant care, that the workers comply with all laws, that they earn living rates, that they're in safer households. When you build technology with folks like Fred and Intel and other giants who we've been blessed to work with, you build for the global enterprise. That means that the HR department can upload that subsidy file. Employees can use those FSA and other benefits to pay for that care. HR departments can choose to help subsidize the cost of that care or not. Employees have the treasure of finding us with the Oniva Me app. The concierge has an 800 number, or through sfconcierge.com, you can email. We find you where you are. We're excited that corporations will be able to see anonymized data as to how their services are used, and should you give subsidies, they can be returned to you. Your employees gain access to searchable care. They'll be able to see the living FBI background check and know only those with the right skills are in their homes. They'll see that vaccine credential. We know you have other options, but no, Oniva is the only in the market that exists as we do. We're currently scaling across the nation, and we're excited to be able to bring this benefit so that you can bring care to your employees, create lots of great jobs, and support a certified Black-owned corporation. I truly thank you for the opportunity to share what it is we do here at Oniva, and really excited for you to have the opportunity to see if we can do business with you. Thank you, judges, for your feedback and the opportunity to share.
Gardine, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
For coming up
Thank
here.
you.
I love it. All right, cool. Awesome solution. All right. We are coming up to our finalist number 5, Dina Moskowitz from SAS Max Corporation. Let's do this. Bring it on.
Hey there, good to see you. I'm going to share my deck. Hold on one second. And I think I'll get it to full screen. And here we go. So yeah, Dina Moskowitz here, and these are amazing finalists that are my peers. So I'm really honored, and thank you Women in Cloud and TIE for having me here. Here to talk about partnerships and innovation in partnerships that save time and money and accelerate sales. SAS Max builds data-driven solutions that enable sales teams and marketers to optimize their indirect sales channels. I know a lot of you in Women in Cloud get what the channel is, but what I want to drive forward is the huge problem and the magnitude of it, and really millions of dollars, maybe tens or hundreds of millions of dollars, and thousands to millions of hours a year are actually wasted on the wrong partners. And finding the right partners is no easy task for any technology company. And it's so tough that we let in over 80% of the partners into our channel partner programs, indirect sales programs, that don't do anything for us. They drive no revenue. They waste our time. We spend all this time trying to make them happy, and we get nothing in return. Finding new partners is still a manual process today, believe it or not, given that we're a technology industry. It's time consuming, it's expensive, and we have to put expensive, talented resources whose job is to grow channels with sales and marketing on doing very manual tasks. Let's take a step back and just understand what this indirect sales channel is, since some of you may not know it. It's the way that big enterprise as well as emerging and innovative growth companies are going to market if you're in technology, B2B technology. Think about how products get to market. You have vendors, right, who are SaaS or hardware or software or cloud or communications. And in order to get to market, you just can't have an entire millions of people on your sales force. You need to rely on partners who are feet on the street all over the place. And so when you think about what an indirect sales channel is, it's partners who are distributors, they're resellers, they may be your integrators, they're referral partners, you name it, but you need them to get to the end users, your B2B customers. Now, the problem that's going forward is that it's not so linear anymore either. You saw that first chart, but now we have growing partner ecosystems, and there's all types of partners out there. There's accounting partners, there's business intelligence partners, there are referral and marketing partners, and how do you make sense of it all, right? As a channel marketing exec trying to find all the pipeline to recruit, and for channel salespeople, it's just a really frustrating task. Well, we decided we wanted to solve that problem because we've had that problem in our careers, myself and my co-founders. And what we've approached, the way we approached the topic was to say, let's look how it's done in other industries that are leveraging AI and data to create really great profiles and score and track teams, score and track players, score and track your credit at businesses and individuals, score and track products and travel and online dating. And if we could do that for channel partners and make them discoverable based upon whether they have the right business attributes to match for a technology vendor, that's like the holy grail that allows you to tee off the golf ball to get a hole in one. So that's what we actually have focused on over the last several years, and we're doing a great job. And the way we approached it is to say, what is an ideal partner, right? An ideal partner, a channel partner, they have the right expertise to sell your product or partner with you and promote it. They sell the right solutions already. They have the right business model to work with you and understand how you would compensate them. They have the right customers and the right customer profile so that you're both marketing to the same customers. They're great to work with, and of course, they're going to drive revenue to you. So we wanted to build a platform based around data like this, but it didn't exist. There is no data like this that you can aggregate from other third parties. And so what we did was we had to build the data mining platform in order to find all that data, which we've done over the last several years. And then we put it into a platform that allows you to search and hyper-target based on all those business attributes, so that with unmatched precision and accuracy, you're going to find those right partners to focus on, and you're going to stop wasting time and resources and investment on the wrong partners. Today, it's already a competitive advantage. We've only been on the market in this platform form for 6 months so far, but we already have customers at AWS, at HP, at distributors like Arrow and ScanSource, and lots of other cybersecurity companies as well, and many types of SaaS companies and emerging growth companies. We're seeing recruitment increase and convert faster, and therefore revenues are going and accelerating faster. And we're getting thanked right and left from executives in the channel who have been stuck with the old processes for so long, and when they discover us, they consider us a secret sauce. It's real easy to get started with us. It's a simplified 4-step process. And all you have to do is give us a set of your most successful partners. And what we're going to do is we'll build your partner profile, data-driven. We'll discover new partners for you that look like the successful ones. We'll score and segment your existing partners and monitor them to know what's going on with them and if they've, changed. And then you can leverage those insights. So hopefully that gave you a great overview. Again, really thankful to have this audience and this opportunity to present. If you want to find out more about us, just reach out to me. Let's chat. My email's on the screen right here, dina@sasmex.com. And our profile is already up in the Women in Cloud Marketplace. So I look forward to hearing from you and hopefully helping you find more partners more successfully and reducing all of that frustration. Thank you.
So great. That's some serious frustration that reduces. I love that. Okay. I love these. These pictures are amazing. Everybody said such a great job. Let's bring up our final finalist. Finalist 6, Darylyn Smith from Smart Foods Caribbean Limited. All right, there she is. Welcome.
Good evening. I am Ariane S. Richardson, representative for Smart Foods Caribbean Limited, Project CropMate. This is Paul. Paul is a small to medium-sized open field farmer who finds it very difficult to maintain crop health due to changes in the soil and the environment that come as a result of climate change. He can't manage water efficiently, he's unclear on what his crops require, and he loses tons of income as a result of crop loss. This is Paul. As the sole breadwinner in the home, Paul finds it increasingly difficult to manage financial responsibilities with the severe loss in crops. Paul's neighbors rely heavily on her farm's crop yield. And when there are issues with the crops, the neighbors must seek alternative routes for fresh fruits and vegetables, which typically come at a higher price tag as the food is imported. When Paul detects that there's a problem with the soil or the crop health, she is usually too late. She takes the soil samples to the local lab, but even when she gets the results from the lab, she's unable to understand what the readings actually mean. So she tries numerous ways of trying to figure out what's going on with her soil, what's going on with her crops, but many of the solutions that she finds are inconvenient, costly, and causes her to rely on outside people, outside resources for help and information. In the Caribbean, a region marred by issues with food security and climate change, there are millions of Pauls. At least 4.8 million people are registered as farmers in the CARICOM Caribbean. The Food and Agriculture Organization, or FAO, indicates that agriculture accounts for 23% of employment in the region, and the sector stands in the front line of vulnerability for climate impact. It's anticipated that if the current trends in climatic conditions continue, by 2050, expected losses in crops in the region can be in excess of $202 million US. To help Paul and farmers like Paul, a team of 4 young, innovative ladies passionate about resolving climate change issues came together. We are farmers like Paul, agro-processors relying on farmers like Paul, and professionals who work with Paul to grow his business. Paul's problem is our problem. Our solution? CropMate. It's a smart farming device. It's cloud-based, and it has an app that assists small farmers in making informed decisions about their soil handling. The CropMate project is the brainchild of Caribbean innovation and was conceptualized to help farmers combat the effects of climate change, improving yields and making good use of water and nutrients. CropMate provides information on soil moisture, nutrients, and salt levels, and it's made up of 2 elements. One is the soil probe or sensor device that goes into the ground, and the accompanying smart app that houses all of the useful information and data on the cloud. It brings all knowledge and technical competence to one place for our farmers and gives them autonomy, which results in less reliance on so many external bodies. Not only will it empower farmers, but it will improve food security throughout the region, and it will improve income brought about by reduced crop loss. It will improve efficiency with water and fertilizers, reduce exposure to chemicals from over-fertilization. And what's really impressive about this app and device is that it speaks to the farmer. It talks to them in simple language, which is a feature that's very important to us as we empathize with many of the farmers in our region where literacy is a concern. CropMate is the farmer's best friend. These are Paul. Join us in our fight to keep Paul and their crops thriving. Find out more by emailing us at smartfoodscaribbean@gmail.com. Thank you.
Richardson, thank you so much. Thank you for doing that pitch. I love that. Okay, now it's the opportunity for the judges to ask some questions. So if you have a question for one of our finalists, please raise your hand, or Raisa will bring you up and we'll answer. Yes?
Excellent. Thank you so much, Patty. So what we're actually going to do right now is give the judges some time to do a little bit of scoring to start, so that but before we go into the questions from them. So thank you so much to the judges that are joining us. We do want to give them time to get their initial things in. So just going to give them a couple seconds here, and then we're going to start bringing them on. So how did you all feel about that? I see a lot of messages coming through in the chat. Be sure to connect and reach out to these finalists to learn more about their solutions. Lots of great presentations today. Yes, I totally agree. I'm feeling very much inspired. Love seeing all of the tech for good and connections to the UN Sustainable Development Goals. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and start granting access for our judges to come on. So Janae, Kelly, Matt, Monica, Patty Burrows, you guys can just go ahead and turn on your mic and camera. Same for you, Priyanka. And Sharish, I'm going to grant you access to turn on your mic and camera as well. And Chaitra, you can come on, and Patty, you can come on as well, and have them lead the question and answer portion for the finalists. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Raisa. So judges, how was it for you? For me, I was just sitting there and it was hard for me to rate any one of them. How was it for you? Unmute. Yep.
Yeah, no, it was great. I think all of the submissions brought a lot of passion. It's clear that the ideas are going to have an impact on, the end users. It's just outstanding to see, such creative ideas, original ideas, but a few of them in particular, the need is just so striking, and the market opportunity is huge. So I think they could all be successful, but there's definitely a few that they were all impressive, but there's a few that really struck me.
Thank you, Matt. So my question to all of you do you have any questions for any of the entrepreneurs? So we can bring them online and you can ask them, so that can help you make your final decision on scoring. Anyone who wants to start?
Do we want to do one at a time, or like presenter at a time, and we ask multiple questions, or?
Yeah, so let's do this one. Let's start with each one of you, whoever you want to ask for. You can ask the entrepreneur, they can come online, they can answer. So Sirish, I know you raised your hand. Let's go first.
Yeah, so I have a question for our threat. The question was, there's so many different types of malware out there. It's constantly changing. How are you able to keep up with all the recent malware and make sure that you are truly testing the corporate networks?
Yes, thank you for that question. Everyone can hear me, correct? I'm not on mute. Okay, awesome. So yeah, really great question. That's something that we get asked a lot during our potential client and partner meetings as well. So we use a darknet intelligence platform that we've actually partnered with, that we constantly are able to monitor the deep and dark web and really be able to easily catalog and scrape different onion sites on the darknet to really keep track of those APT or advanced persistent threat groups that are operating on the dark net and publishing, what their latest tactics, techniques, and procedures are. So that's just one aspect of how we're able to really keep up on that threat intelligence and the latest threats that are coming out in the wild. But yeah, really it's just constantly monitoring. We have a team of 8 developers who are just solely focused on monitoring the latest trends that are appearing throughout the industry and on a global scale. So yeah, that's definitely one of our core pillars as a company, is really staying up to date on the latest adversarial content. Again, so companies can have that latest up-to-date information so they don't end up on the news as the next victim. They could quickly take those artifacts, test their defenses using those malicious files, and then quickly remediate any gaps that they discover before they become the next victim.
Thank you, Jenny. Any other questions, Cherise, for any of the entrepreneurs?
I did have one more question, but I don't want to kind of be I want to make sure the other judges also have a chance to
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Priyanka, go ahead. First, introduce yourself, and then you can ask the question. Unmute.
Yes, absolutely. I'm so sorry for the tech trouble earlier. Hi, everyone. I'm Priyanka Mitra. I'm thrilled to be part of the event. And yeah, I'm a principal at M12 sitting on the investment committee. I'm a generalist SaaS and software investor, and I also lead the firm's efforts in digital health and healthcare IT investing. And yeah, my first question, but I'll just ask one right now, is for Smart Foods Caribbean Limited. I'd love to just get a little more detail on the sales cycle and any notable dynamics selling into networks of farmers and into the agricultural community in general.
So Ariana, can you come on just switch on, mic on, camera on, you'll be there. CropMate. Hold on. Let's give, there you go. Did you hear the question?
Yes. So our business model, I'm gonna try to explain how our thought process is. So we're selling through retail stores throughout the region. There are several or tons of retail stores throughout the region that our farmers currently go to, and we've talked with farmers throughout this entire process. We ensure that we go back to our farmers to understand what they're going through. And so there are a lot of retail stores that we are hoping to be in, but we're also going to be partnering with a lot of ministries of agriculture throughout the region. And so we're doing kind of a freemium model where when they purchase the device, it comes with the app and it comes with one set of fruits or vegetables. So we're going to start with curcubits, which would encompass watermelons, cucumbers, and things of that nature. But for the rest of their crops, they would have to purchase a subscription for those other crops. And so we would store data on all of our farmers throughout the region, and that information can be shared with third parties who want to know more information about the region. Those retailers would want that information because they want to know, who's buying what fertilizer, how's the fertilizer being used, et cetera, et cetera. So I hope that answered that question.
Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Anyone else have any questions? Go ahead, Matt.
Thanks. And this is a question for the Advocat AI. I way by the ROI statement that you put together. I mean, it was really compelling. But it is an area that's pretty mature. There's a lot of legal AI out there. So I'm just curious how you differentiate, whether it's in the actual AI modeling, if it's in the use cases that you cover, but how do you differentiate in that market?
So the legal market is, as you know, extremely inefficient, and there's a lot of opportunity out there. And within the legal workflow, within a enterprise legal department, there are a lot of jobs to be done. And so we start earlier on the legal workflow than the competitors do. There are several companies who are doing contract analysis and doing it very well, including iCertis, who's a sponsor of this session. We start before that. We do the contract creation. So instead of starting within the legal department, we're one step outside. So a business user is the intake from a business user into the legal department. And that's not a market that's mature yet. And by using our conversation-driven technology and also accessing Azure Cognitive Services, that's allowed us to expand the legal workflow and address a different part of it. Thank you.
Anyone has question for Pradnya before we let her go? Okay, go ahead, Monica.
First of all, just a lot of great pitches today, and the diversity was amazing. Pradnya, on the advocate side, there is so much variability in international regulations. And when we think about legal, for example, how are you managing the variability when it comes to, different geographies and making sure that you're up to date with that?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. One thing I do need to say about that is we are currently US only. And sure, in a few years, we do have plans to expand once we do all 50 states very, very well. We do all of the states actually quite well, but we have several years to go before we address all that international variability. I was actually an international trade attorney before Advocat, so I'm very familiar with that and want to make sure that when we do it really well.
And Pradnya, I can say is as an entrepreneur, the more focused you are, the better it is. Otherwise, you can't really grow. So great job on that. Anyone else have question for Pradnya? Okay, Suresh.
Yeah, Pradnya, can you talk about how complex of a legal contract you can put together, or is it simply form-based, meaning I just fill in the company name and a few parameters? How complex can it get?
That's a really good question. And that's in fact what differentiates us from what came before on form-based systems. So most of what enterprise does with legal is actually form-based. You take a form and then tailor it in a great amount of detail. So when I say you, an attorney like myself, you take a form and then clause by clause tailor it to the interest or the requirements of the user. And so that is what we do. So instead of simply filling in name, address, the facts, that's the first pass. But then after that, we have a legal research component. And that was what I was talking about regarding the knowledge graph, is that we take a document and we pull it apart into a knowledge graph and understand clause by clause, not just what it says in words, but what it actually does and what is the legal effect of it, which is how we're able to take a complex contract and tailor that by updating what current regulations and changes in statutes, as well as what the company has done before in this area and the intent of the user. So yes, complex contracts.
Thank you.
Awesome, thank you. Any other questions to any other entrepreneurs?
Question for Anita.
Sure. Pradnya, you can go mic off, camera off. Anita, can you come on the screen? Kelly has a question for you. Mic on, camera on. There you go.
I'm here. Thank you.
Anita, great presentation. I really enjoyed. I have a question for you, and I might have just missed this, so feel free to, let me know. But I was looking for how you were looking to who are you looking to sell the solution to? So would it be as a subscription to the companies to be able to offer services to their employees, or is it more with the provider network and care network that you would see as kind of the financial opportunity?
Awesome. Thank you for the question. Thank you, judges. Oniva is only available to enterprises. So today, Microsoft employees here in the San Francisco Bay Area can use our technology and order FBI background check caregivers into their home, as can customers like San Mateo Credit Union and Felice Insurance. The only way to gain access to our FBI trusted caregivers is to be an enterprise customer. We offer for the very first time, the first in market in the world, as a regulated care company. We're not a matching platform like those other care companies you may be familiar with. We're out in the market today, and we only work with employers. So other folks are forced to work with those consumer grade platforms who simply don't have the benefit of knowing that your data is as protected as are your wards and those in our care. We uniquely bring, for example, $4 million in insurance so that, Kelly, if IBM has caregivers in your employees' homes, and gosh forbid there's a trip and fall, as a former CFO, I know that you want to make sure that, of course, your employee has their homeowner's insurance, but knowing that Oniva is always there in second place with that $4 million to bring you that comfort and support. Additionally, with our technology, you're seeing the credentials that have been verified of what it takes to do the job. Kelly, we only want the best in your employees' homes, and that means not only the living FBI background check. If they commit a crime in the future, I'm notified they're out. But if doing people care, the law says they need not only that, first aid, CPR, and 2 references from every service they want to provide. I do care and child care. Great, give me references.
Is it a user-based subscription financial model, though? Is that what you're saying? Or is it like an overarching license or package?
We bring everything to you as an employer. You can choose to subsidize the cost of care. You can let the employee pay that entire hourly cost of care for that service. We can bring it to your employees however you wish. For example, if IBM were to say, I want to be a customer in this region or across these locations, we could simply open up IBM and we'd be able to onboard and book care. At the same time, if you wanted to submit an eligibility file, you may only want to subsidize some of your employees with a care benefit. For example, maybe those in certain levels of the organization today get subsidies to help pay for their medical benefits. They also may get a subsidy for care. And you may find others, such as executives who get stock options, for example. Maybe they cover the full cost of their care. Designed to bring this benefit to you, the first benefit. Again, we are not backup care. We are 24/7, 365, and you choose. So we bring this to you as an employer provided benefit, and we know we're first in the world. And again, thanks to Fred Till and the team at Microsoft for 7.5 years of development, we're ready to drop in nodes in number of domestic or EU cities, onboard 5,000 employees per month, and host 500,000 simultaneous users. And thanks to folks who've been really awesome to me, I'm the 11th Black female in U.S. history to raise $1 million. And that was, back in 2015, I think, when TechCrunch. And we're blessed to be raising money with investment bankers now so that we can achieve the needs of those large corporations beyond Intel, beyond Microsoft, who've helped me as a certified minority supplier build the tech. And also thank you for those great Black supplier spins that you've created in the wake of George Floyd, so that certified vendors like me can help you not only create lots of living rate care jobs in communities where your employees live, but you can count that Black-owned spending, minority-owned spending that so many of you already have in your business models. We just want to see you succeed and achieve your strategic plans and to help you attract and retain the best talent to do so.
Thanks, Anita. This was helpful. Kelly, did you get the answer?
I guess I'm still just a little bit, you guys, am I missing this? The other judges tell me. I was just trying to figure out the financial model of I understand the benefit, but is it, from your perspective, are you charging, are you getting a cut, if you will? That's probably a terrible way to say it.
Are you asking how do I make money? How do I make money?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Here in California, where we started, where we're scaling, we comply with what's called AB5. Gig workers isn't fair for workers, and it's not legal. They're not able to make enough money with some of those companies. So at Oniva, we use independent business operators, and that says they set their own rates, they choose their own customers, they set.
Getting to the heart of it. This is good. Okay.
There you go. Okay, so what we do is we mark up those rates. So we mark up their hourly rate so that you and your customers will see a pay rate of, say, $25 to maybe as high as $50 per hour. If you've got that caregiver who's giving dad a bath and he needs a lift and some specialized skills, but we will have made our margins through that markup, and all that's negotiated through discounts with each company as to what services you want to bring. We can customize all that just for you so that you can create the exact services that you want to for your employee body. Thank you for that clarity.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for answering it.
Okay. How do I make money? I didn't want to talk about how I make money or what our margins are,
Yes,
30%, but that's what we do.
No, the model is what I was looking for, and that makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kelly, you got the answer correct. So we have two more entrepreneurs. Does any question for Adina and Humera? Anyone has? So Patty, who do you have?
I do. For Humera, please, about Locell. You mentioned that one of the differentiators of your product is not only the software match, but you build solutions for your customers. So can you describe one of those? What do you mean by that? Like, give me an example or a use case.
Thank you so much. So, so what we offer is we have a platform, but we also provide with a customer success manager to each corporation we work with. So we do the onboarding, orientation, as opposed to the HR person. Yes, there is some type of, we do when we engage with a company, we have some other stakeholders. So from between 3 to 5 hours is spent on the company's end every month to make sure things are, running smoothly, sessions are happening, people are connecting with mentors, as well as gathering the data, the aggregation of the data. But we take that hassle out of, corporations, because if that person leaves the company, is sick or whatever that may be, that is the first to go. And there's a lot of training costs too. For us though, our margins are really healthy, like 60%, and we can, customer success people can really serve a lot of different clients. And also we do find mentorship is so personal, where companies do not have that representation of leadership internally. We can also then connect them with external mentors. So for that reason as well, it's just really great that we have a robust network of mentors and we provide that service. And that just ups our revenue and provide a great quality and consistency.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Humera. Any question for Dina? Oh, you have a question for Humera.
Yeah, I had a question getting back to SaaS Max.
Okay, perfect. So Dina, come on the stage. So you're the last entrepreneur. If you have any question, feel free to ask her, okay?
Okay.
Perfect. Great. Hi, Dina. Thank you. So, I don't know if I mentioned it before, but I'm Vice President of Services at Insight. So I lead more of the client-facing solution development part of the business. But if you know Insight, we have a huge, we're big in the reseller partner network of about 3,500 partners. So just curious around kind of the maturity of the idea. It seems pretty well baked. I actually noticed on the logo slide a few companies that we work closely with. But what would you say is the status or the maturity of the platform? How long has it been in production? How many clients do you currently have that are leveraging it?
Got it. So this platform, as you saw screenshots today, has only been live and working since January. We've been licensing data and delivering data in a consultancy form for a couple of years already. But we now finally have SaaSified it, and that what you see today is our MVP, and we're adding all sorts of insights into the platform still, and automated do-it-yourself components and e-commerce components. And we're going to be able to, I hate this word, but democratize the data so that even the smallest of emerging growth software companies can come in and pinpoint the right partners without a whole lot of effort.
That's right. And I'm assuming from a monetization standpoint, it's a direct fee to the firm that's discovering and finding new partners? Is there any model where the partners pay to get listed or found?
Not at this time. It could definitely help those partners to learn more about their peers, but we haven't been marketing it in that way. And yeah, it's the vendors or the distributors come to us to help them. They have certain strategic initiatives to find partners that, you know, either do all sorts of interesting things that are, yeah, ideal. Mm-hmm.
Great, thank you.
And I have a question for you as well, Dina. As a channel leader, I think you have a very unique solution. And I think a lot of times, you know, partner programs are there, and then trying to measure the value and success is a kind of one of the difficult parts. Are you looking to integrate? There's a lot of PRM, partner relationship management, you know, partner portal type solutions being developed because people see, you know, a similar problem. But are you looking to integrate? Because I could see huge value in being like a Salesforce plugin to their like PRM offerings, for example, in their, you know, platform where that could be almost a plugin. Maybe sounds a little too light, but you know, something that you could add to something existing and around the existing data. Have you considered that or looking at that?
Absolutely. We get asked by all our customers about what integrations we have, and that's part of our next capital raise right now is in order to build and integrate, because the data that we provide has so many insights that could optimize both for the sales execs as well as for the marketing side. So yes, exactly.
Love it. Thank you.
Okay, so we are all out of time. Okay, so did you all get all the information to really rate and judge the entrepreneurs? Yes. Okay, so here's what we are going to do is we are going to go into the lounge very soon. But after we come back, we will announce the winner. So here is what the winner gets to take, and also all the entrepreneurs, they all have access. The winner does take a $5,000 in cash and credits, and that will help them to really take the solution to the market with the customer. All the entrepreneurs who are in the finalists, they actually are automatically qualified for the Cloud Accelerator. So each one of you can really build your tech solution for enterprise, get you access, and really start co-selling with Microsoft. You're also invited to the UN delegation. So when the UN opens, all of you are invited, along with all of you judges. You are also invited to the UN delegation. But the kicker, which is really fun, all the judges have raised their hands to pick one of the companies or two of the companies to give 3 months of advisory. So each one of you are actually going to win. It's not the cash, but this is the leaders who have years of experience, and the Rolodex is really fat, and you want that as an entrepreneur. So what we will do is go back to the lounge, and then we will come back in 15 minutes because the deliberation will take time. So all entrepreneurs, please network with each other and really move around the lounge. And once the winner is picked, we will move into the allyship conversation that Gabriella Schuster will lead with Brad Anderson, Phil Sorgen, and Thomas. And that's going to be a very enlightening conversation as you're thinking about building your diverse ecosystem and how men can become allies for women. Is that good? So with that, let's get to the lounge. And judges, I will see you soon. I'm just tallying up the numbers. Till that time, you can have a quick chat. Once I have the numbers, I'll start deliberating. With that, Raisa, let's take us to the lounge area.
Woo! Yes, here we go. I can't wait. This is going to be so amazing. This is fantastic. Okay, are you excited? Because I am. Everybody just clap your hands in advance. So let's get ready. Cheering and put wow up there. Yes, here we go. All right, let's bring Chaitra Vidulapalli and the judges back on stage, and let's find out who won. Let's do it.
Okay, that one was awesome. Come on in. Okay, Patty, you have to be on the screen to create that music and excitement. Come on the screen. We won't be able to match that.
Okay, all right, here it is.
Nice.
Okay, Patty, Priyanka. So first is, I have to say the deliberation process was fantastic. It was not easy at all to pick the winners. I'll tell you that. But here's the one. Each one of you have won in this pitch competition. So I'm going to announce who's going to be the advisor for each of the company. So you should be celebrating. And then we'll go to having Monica announce the winner. So for Pradnya, you have Sirish become your advisor, and he will be advising you for 3 months. So congratulations. Thank you, Sirish, for doing that. For Daniel, for our thread, Patty is going to be supporting you. So congratulations. She will be providing you that service that you need, and the printer is going to be there. Humera, you have Kelly. Actually, no. Yes. Hold on. Yes. For Humera, for LaSalle, we have Monica who has raised your hand. So it is the JP Morgan Chase and the community behind you, so you can talk to her and connect with her. For Anita, Kelly has decided. So Anita, Kelly, you will get together and figure out how to get those daycare services and special care services for humans on the planet. We all need that. And Dina, you have Matt, who have raised your hand for really taking the SaaS Max into scale. So congratulations. And for Ariana, we have Janae and Priyanka. Both are going to support you. So congratulations to all of you for being here. So here is the moment where you want to hear the winners. So Monica, come on over and announce the winners, starting with second runner-up, first runner-up, and then is the winner.
All right. This is the moment that I think everybody's been waiting for. And as Chai said, it was really difficult. I think we had a lot of discussion, and so everybody really has done a phenomenal job. I will start with the second runner-up. Our second runner-up for today is our threat. So a round of applause for our threat.
Woo! That is so cool. You're the second runner-up. Go ahead, Monica.
Thank you. And
thank you to all. Congratulations.
Yeah. Thank you.
Congratulations.
And moving on, first runner-up, that is SaaSmax. So big round of applause for SaaSmax.
Tina, congratulations.
Love it. Dina, fantastic. Congratulations. And for the final, the winner for today's pitch is Advocate AI. So Advocate AI, come on board. And
thank you.
Congratulations, Pradnya. Congratulations.
Thank you. I really appreciate your support. I'm really honored.
Perfect. Awesome. Again, first is thank you to all the judges and the winners and all the entire entrepreneurs. The point is, this is just a fun activity to practice your pitch, get to know people, get access to the judges. So you got all of them. And we will move on to the next one. So judges, thank you so much for doing this. This was a high responsibility work. Trust me, even just going through the selection process was hard, but picking the winner is hard. So you did fantastic. So let's give a big round of applause to all the judges. And then
You're awesome. Thank you.
Thank
you. I love it. All right. That's fantastic. Okay, good. I think we're going to go right in to see a video of Gabriela Schuster talking about Microsoft's commitment to women in cloud. You're going to love this, and we love her. So let's watch this. Thank you, Raisa. All right. I love hearing any chance I get to hear Gabriela Schuster. I just can't wait. So we're going to have a power panel on becoming an ally, and Dina Grimstead is going to be our moderator for us. Just to go back to our Zodiac theme, she's a Taurus. which means she's really good with money, I want to say. But she's Senior Manager of AI Programs and Strategic Partnerships. She's the U.S. Digital Office for AI and Sustainability for Go-to-Market. And these are the words that have been describing you, Dina: catalyze, action, and New York curtain raiser. Let's give it up for Dina. Can't wait. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Patty. It's always such a pleasure, and I just get so much from your energy to be around you. As Patty shared, I'm Dina Grimstead. I lead AI programs and strategic partnerships for Microsoft US, and I've had the great honor to be involved with Women in Cloud for nearly 4 years now. Our moderator today is actually going to be Gabriella Schuster. She's well known and beloved by many due to her incredible impact within the high-tech industry over the last 30 years. She is a corporate vice president at Microsoft and has led businesses across multiple disciplines, driving digital and cloud transformation, strategy, and execution. As a builder and change agent, she specializes in creating new business models. Last fall, she was presented with the Athena Global Leadership Award for her advocacy on behalf of women in IT. Gabriella is also a founding sponsor for both the Women in Cloud and the Women in Technology Network. She sits on the board of directors for both Chinasoft International and the University of Washington Bothell, and most recently gave a TEDx talk on gender equality. Please welcome Gabriella Schuster.
Thank you, Dina. Thank you, and I'm excited to lead this panel today. So, in this session today, we're going to cover 3 topics. What is allyship? What are the behaviors that an ally demonstrates? And it's really not as hard as you might think. And then, how can you be an ally? So on the first part, let's talk about what allyship is. Like my panelists, I've been in high tech almost my whole career. And throughout my career, I have found myself many times as the only woman in the room. As the only woman in the room, I have been lonely. There are times when I have felt dismissed, disrespected, or just simply not heard, almost as if I were invisible. Now, this is not anything that I think any of the men that I have worked with have done intentionally, and many have unintentionally been allies to me. And I have learned that when there's an ally in the room, it makes all the difference. So my mission is to bring more intentionality to allyship. Today, I want to introduce you to just a few of the allies that I have found throughout my career, and have them share with you what actions they've taken to be an ally. These men were my allies well before there was a term or a focus on inclusion and diversity. I have learned, particularly as I've come into awareness myself over these last few years, that when you work with intention to be an ally and to create allies, that you can create an inclusive environment where everyone in the room has a voice, is valued, and can feel empowered to speak up and share in their authentic voice. But this takes working with intention and acute awareness of the environment. So I am pleased to introduce my allies, Brad Anderson, Phil Sorgen, and Thomas Asper. Brad, can we start with you to introduce yourself?
Yeah, thank you, guys, to be here on this on just a topic that is just us. I said the last thing, just what an incredible run, incredible place to work. Get a business that scaled well past $1 billion. I had a chance to build multiple billion-dollar businesses at the company. I had the privilege of reporting directly to Satya 2011 to 2014, where a lot of the experimentation that Satya has done that's taken the company forward was just kind of in the crucible of learning. Just an amazing opportunity. And then for kind of like the last bookend of my career, I decided to take a job as president of a company named Qualtrics, which organizations understand the experience that they're delivering to customers and employees and improve those. And so I'm here, and I'm excited to talk about this.
Well, we're very excited to have you. And my next guest is Phil Sorgen. Phil, do you want to introduce yourself?
Be happy to. Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. So I'm Phil Sorgen. I'm the Chief Revenue Officer at Ring Central. I've been here for almost a year and a half, but almost a 24-year, well, actually, what am I saying? Almost over a 24-year veteran at Microsoft in many roles, ranging from running the enterprise business in the US to being president of Microsoft Canada to being the channel chief. And I've had the great pleasure of having Gabriella on my team, not once, but multiple times. I've been a partner with Gabriella in doing in the businesses we respectively ran. So it's been a great run, and so thrilled to be here with you.
Thank you. Thanks, Phil. Thanks for joining us. And last but certainly not least, Thomas. Thomas Asper, would you please introduce yourself?
Thanks, Gabriella. Thanks for inviting me. And I have not worked at Microsoft, but I've worked with Microsoft. And I'm born and raised in Denmark, and I've been doing Navision and now Microsoft Dynamics since I was 16. So that's all I know, and been part of that journey for many years. And 7 years ago, I decided to start Innovate, where my main focus is transform businesses and the lives to touch not just our business, but also the client's business. And we do it because we care about it.
Yeah, wonderful. It's wonderful. So before we move on to the panel discussion, I want to go to chapter 2. Chapter 2 is, what does it mean to be an ally? What behaviors do you demonstrate when you're an ally? So before I have this wonderful panel share their stories with you, I wanted to share my own story with you and talk about it from my point of view and what these allies have done for me well before we consciously knew anything about allyship. And I'm guessing that they may not even know the impact that they had on me at the time. So let me start with my first interactions with you, Brad. This was about 15 years ago. And we're going to date ourselves, when I moved from licensing sales into product management. And everyone told me when I made that move that this was too big of a leap, that I was going to fail, that nobody was ever successful doing this, which really only made me more determined to make the change and prove them wrong. But I knew I needed to learn a lot about building and marketing our products in order to be successful. And so at that time, you were leading our management products team. And I reached out and asked if you could spend some time with me, help me understand from your perspective what success would look like and what I would need to do to build success for Microsoft in my role. And you were incredibly gracious with your time, directing me to various resources, introducing me to folks in the team to learn more, and then supporting me in our meetings. And as a matter of fact, one of the first meetings that we had was a planning meeting in Boston. I don't know if you remember. The goal that you and I were working on was how we would make Windows Vista successful. And the way that I was focused on doing that was through creating this new product that we collectively named the Microsoft Desktop Optimization Pack. And so through that, we had to do a round of acquisitions. And that first meeting was a planning meeting in Boston with Softricity. And I don't know if you remember, but I think I was the only woman in the room of about 30 men. And it was at that moment that you really helped me to elevate me. I don't know. Do you remember that? Do you remember that that situation?
Yeah, I remember that meeting really well, just like it was yesterday. It was July of 2006. So your memory's right, 15 years almost to the date. You know, the kind of the background here was Windows at that point had gone almost 5 years between releases. You know, I saw a comment here about good luck on Vista, and the business was struggling. And so we were chartered, Gabrielle and I were chartered with go and build a business that brings value in a way that's outside of the Windows machine. And so together we put our heads together and we came up with this concept that was called the Microsoft Desktop Optimization Pack that was just incredibly successful in any way you wanted to measure it. But we generated by acquiring 5 or 6 companies. And the first company was a company in Boston. That's actually the first time you and I met face to face.
Yep.
First time that we had gotten together face to face after the acquisition had been announced, we could actually start to talk about integration. And you know, walking into that room, and it was in a very formal office, you know, in one of the offices in Boston, and Gabriella was the only woman in the room. Now, Gabriella and I had talked, and what had impressed me about Gabriella before is the drive, the determination, the grit, the curiosity. And she had just this passion and drive that I had not seen in her counterparts I had been working with in marketing. So the way that I looked at it was, here is an individual that has the same level of drive and the same level of passion, if not more than I do, and is going to be a fantastic partner. So how do I make sure that Gabriella is successful and heard?
Well, you did a fantastic job because you really set the tone in that meeting, and you gave me the platform and the credibility as the product manager for that acquisition and the new product to really stand up and help guide the conversation. I think it would have been so easy for those teams to dismiss me. What we were proposing to them was quite radical. We wanted to take their product that they sold for like $270 or something to sell for $7 a year as a subscription, and they weren't very happy about it. But I think the support that you lent me and the credibility was incredible. And then later, as we continue to build that business, you actually did something that really helped tremendously, and that was you brought other women into the team so that I wasn't always the only woman in the room. You brought a woman in to lead the engineering team and a woman in to lead the program management team, and these were incredibly accomplished women, and it really enabled me, and I think all of us, to work so well with the rest of the team and drive up the diversity of the team as a whole. So Brad, I'll ask, did you know the impact you were having on me and I think on the other women in the team?
Thank you, Gabrielle. It's great to hear. There were a couple of things leading into that I thought we should talk about that were watershed moments for me. First of all, we have 3 daughters, and my daughters were just getting to that age. They were big decisions, and boy, you want them to have the same opportunity that I did. So that was in the background. The second thing was, I remember sitting early at my time. You'd have a set of senior engineering leaders like myself and a mid-level marketing person that would just get bulldozed. And I remember thinking about you coming into this role and wanting to make sure that didn't happen. And then the third was a really big watershed moment for me in my own personal journey. About a year before this, I was sitting we were looking at feedback that had come back from the team, and we were trying to figure out specifically, there was one particular benefit that people just weren't taking advantage. And I'd asked one of my direct reports named Deb McFadden, who's still at Microsoft doing wonderful things, to lead a team to look into that. And I remember we were debriefing on it, and she said the following to me. I can still remember the room that we were in. And she said, I've been at Microsoft for a decade, 10 years, and there's never been a woman between me and Bill Gates in my management chain. And that was just a moment where I thought, that has to change. And it's also the moment for me, and I really realized the importance of having role models that throughout the leadership change and the importance of that. And that really was this watershed moment that kind of role needed to be in making the progress.
Well, you are a tremendous ally, and I want to get to more of the questions I have for you. First, I want to tell my story about Phil, because it really is. I think it's kind of a different take on that discussion, but just as big an ally through this process. So, Phil, when I first met you, I was actually on maternity leave with my second child. And you came in as my new manager while I was on maternity leave, and that kind of freaked me out because while I was on maternity leave, I had made the decision that there was no way I could come back to work full time. And at the time, I was leading the licensing kind of business model, sales, marketing for the U.S. And I thought I could do it as part-time. And I thought I could talk to my previous manager about that because I've been working for him for a few years and he knew what I was capable of. And then I had to come in and have that conversation with you, and I was scared about that conversation. But I brought it up to you, and I asked you if I could work, if you would consider letting me work part-time. And I remember the first time you said no, because you have a small team and you have a lot to get done, and I don't even know how you get it all done working full-time, but there's no way you could do that job part-time. And I said, well, that's fair feedback, but I have a plan. And I kind of laid out the plan, and you were like, I just don't think it'll work. And so I went off to kind of think about what can I do next? I really love this job. So I actually went off and found another job with somebody at Microsoft who would let me, work part-time. Now, this was like back in a time when there was no part-time, and there wasn't a lot of flexible work arrangements. So I wasn't surprised that you said no. But I came back to you after I had found this other job, and I said, look, I love this job, but I'll go do that job if I have to. But here's my proposal to you. If you let me work part-time for 6 months, we can decide at the end of 6 months if it's working or not. If it's not working, I'll come back full-time. But I can tell you this, I think it would take you 6 months to find someone to replace me and get them up to speed and have them be as productive as I am working part-time. So I think it's best if you just go the 6 months with me and see how it goes. But that's my side of the story. So I wanted to hear, what was your side of that story?
Yeah, there's actually, I vividly remember that. And it's a story I've actually told a number of times. And candidly, and I'll get to this probably at the end, it was a great learning moment for myself. I mean, you have to, you view every one of these experiences as a learning moment. But first, just for context, and I hope everybody caught that, I had been a field general manager, field sales manager, and many roles at Microsoft. I had just moved to Redmond for the first time I was ever doing, I'll say, a national job in, kind of the Redmond domain, at Microsoft. So this was totally new to me as well. And I knew Gabriella not as an employee of mine, but as a field sales leader. I knew what her team and the impact and the contribution. I was shocked when I learned how small the team actually was. So I'm coming into this new environment, and this is the first conversation. And candidly, in the US sales organization, there was no such thing as part-time. There was a construct for it, but there were no real experiences of that. So that's a little bit of background, but I listened a lot, and I listened to the proposal, and Gabriella, as she always is, was incredibly thoughtful in the proposal. But there's one thing I don't know if you remember saying to me that was kind of that tipping point moment. And it was when you were explaining that I'll never find somebody, in that period of time, in the 6 months, that could be as productive. But he said, look, I know how to get this job done and be excellent at it. I have an amazing team around me. I'm building talent. But what I need is this predictability that I'll never feel bad that on Mondays and Fridays, I never take a meeting. I'm going to do what I need to get the work done. And I know how to get this work done in an excellent way. But this part-time experience will give me the life and career balance that I'm looking for, so that I can be part of the PTA at my daughter's school, or I can participate, and I never feel guilty that those days are completely blocked and I don't even have to think about it. And it was that tipping point moment that I said, not only does she have a great plan, I just so totally understand that. And I went and had the conversations, and the great thing is the leadership who I worked for, a wonderful lady named Jerry Elliott at the time, she appreciated that I was an accountable leader. And she said, Phil, you're accountable. You have to deliver. So I believed in Gabriella, and that, kind of let the process go and allowed us to give it a chance. And it was a tremendous success. The other thing I'd tell you from my side of the story is the other learning is, it was really important from that point forward in being an advocate for you is, like, I had to believe in this arrangement, but it wasn't just enabling you to be part-time. I also had to be your advocate that your aspiration didn't drop. This was a period in your life, and you had big plans and huge capability, and there was so much more you can do. And I couldn't let the fact that the perception was you were part-time, that you were contributing anything less, or that your vision and the capabilities and your aspiration for the future was anything less. And I had to make sure I stood 100% behind that. And fortunately, through the work you delivered, you made that incredibly easy for me.
Well, thank you. I mean, you know, it is, as I think back on that, that was so crucial, that I was able to make that switch and go part-time for those 3 years that I did. And it really served to strengthen the commitment that I had to Microsoft, because I was given the opportunity to take care of my family. And it never actually felt like a step back, which I think that's kudos to you. That's kudos to the allyship that you had for me, because, you know, I continued to grow the team, grow my experiences. You gave me great visibility. And we had great success during that time. And yet at the same time, I was able to go into my daughter's, at the time, kindergarten, and help out and you know, do crafts and help the kids learn to read. And it was years, I think, like till the point that my daughter was like 12 years old, where she'd say, well, couldn't you just come into the school again on Mondays? And so, you know, the impact that had on me and my family was really incredible. And so thank you for that allyship. So we'll come back and ask you a few more questions in a minute too. Third, I want to introduce Thomas and talk about what Thomas has done, because Thomas, you're the CEO for an organization called Innovate. And I have been so impressed with your leadership and with the decision you made, where, and I'll let you tell the story because you probably can do it way better than me, but you know, several years ago, your organization was not faring very well in the market, and you weren't being that successful. And you made a decision that one of the ways you were going to turn the company around was to actually focus on diversity hiring and create a more inclusive environment. And you believe that would impact your company performance. And in fact, it has, because through the work that you've done, not only do you have an incredibly high percent of women in your organization, and I'll let you speak to that, but your company is now one of our #1 US Dynamics partners. So Thomas, I want to give you a moment to share your story and talk about what made you make that decision, and did it have the impact you thought it would have on your business?
Thanks, Gabriela. Yeah, so you know, our company is 7 years old, and 1.5 years. I started the company buying 2 Dynamics partners in the US. Both were struggling, and I did it without any external money. So from day one, I couldn't make payroll, basically. And then 1.5 years into the journey, my CFO was sitting in a leadership meeting and said, Thomas, we're done. We're not surviving. And I told him that, Jeff, you have to start looking at the bright side of life. and I can still remember my leader's face of what the hell is he talking about? And I said, I know this is bad, but we started this journey. I started this journey to make a difference from a culture perspective and diversity, but I forgot about it because I was in survival mode. You know, when you can't make payroll every second week, you're not thinking straight. And I only actually had one option, and that was focusing on the culture and let the people change the company and survive, because nobody wants to invest in Innovate, and we were the laughing stock at through the Dynamics partners, and probably a little bit of Microsoft as well, because we completely failed. So we sat down and said, okay, let's create Vision 2020, and we go all in on culture and also all in on diversity. And at that time, we were 25-ish% females in the company, and even less in the leadership, which was probably, you know, like most companies, they all are today as well. And I say we need to do something different, because us men, we have our mindset and heart and brain and what have you, and females has a completely different, and we need that, you know, that change, especially when you talk about culture, because I do think females are a little bit more touched with the human side of things often. So we need more females, and we need them in the leadership. So you know, I start, you know, looking for female leaders, and I couldn't find any. You know, when I asked, you know, for a CFO or whatever it was men that was applying. So then I spoke to a good friend of mine, and she said, Thomas, you have to look at things differently, because the female you're looking for might not have the skills, but look between the lines and look what they're bringing. So I intentionally started looking at resumes completely different and just invited people into interviews, and then got blown away of, you know, the skills that's out there. Yeah, they don't know dynamics, but we can learn, we can teach them that. And then I start hiring more, and today we are 40% females in both the leadership and the entire company, which I'm semi-proud of. I mean, I say semi-proud is I want to get to 50-ish%, and then I will start being proud. And from a performance perspective, it's mind-boggling what had happened, and I had no idea it would be that impactful. We, as again in 2016 April, but the board is laughing today, say we should probably have closed you down, but thanks they didn't do that. And today we have 400 people and are doing extremely well, and very, very respected in the Dynamics community. And we are very respected from a culture perspective in you know, worldwide, and people are asking us, how did you do it, and the empowerment, how we're empowering people and so forth. So it really, really helps to have strong leaders you know, beside you and to this journey here.
Well, it's a very, very brave decision and a bold move on your part to do that and take that leap. And I am just so impressed. I think that level of allyship is incredible. And, you know, Brad, I think in Qualtrics, you also have very high diversity and gender representation as well, right?
Yeah, in fact, we actually just published our annual report today, interestingly enough. You know, so globally, we're now 37.5% diverse, you know, using the most common definition that we use of diversity. And I joined is even well above that. And it's just a core of who we are. You know, it's a core of understanding about the value of diversity. It's a core of understanding the value of being a force for good. And to me, what it really comes down to more than anything is you have to have leaders. And this is what I'm talking about. You have to put people into leadership positions that are role models, that other people through can say, there's someone like me that is successful. I can be successful. And until they see those role models, that is the company does not believe it until they see role models.
Yeah, I mean, and I think what both of you and your organizations experience is that it is what Boston Consulting Group, McKinsey, and others have found, which is organizations with diverse leadership and diversity within the organization have higher growth trajectories and higher levels of innovation. So really great examples of both. So I look at that, Thomas, your action absolutely falls in that action category. So before we talk more about these stories, and I know you're all dying to hear more about these stories, I want to share this actionable and hopefully memorable framework that I developed to help each and every one of you to become an ally, to work with intention like Brad, like Thomas, and like Phil. And all you need to do is remember, become, and you'll be well on your way to becoming an ally. The C is about connection, connecting with intention into tapping into diverse networks, tapping into organizations like the Women in the Cloud so that you can build a pipeline. You can connect with and build your network with women and people of color and all underrepresented groups. The second thing is O, outreach. And that's about doing the kind of thing that Thomas was talking about, where you look at your hiring practices and your recruiting practices, and you make sure that you are recruiting and screening in for diversity as opposed to screening out for diversity. The third thing is the M, for mentor. And that is exactly what all three of these men have been for me, mentors, and enabling me to learn from their experiences and helping me to avoid those invisible tripwires in the business. And then E is all about empowerment. That is about giving everyone a voice. And that's what I want to focus on today. How do you empower another individual? How do you create an inclusive environment where everyone's voice is heard? Empowering a person to speak up, to share their perspective and ideas, and be their authentic selves. As you listen to these panelists, I want you to think about what you can do, how you might take some intentional action of your own to become an ally and to enable the non-majority voice in the room to be heard. When you do this, you create a more inclusive environment. You empower the people around you, and you become an ally. So let's start talking about some of these panel questions. So we talked a little bit about the stories. So what I want to do is, Brad, let's start with you. What were the obstacles that you faced when you were acting as an ally? Do you feel like you got a lot of pushback? And what did you do about that?
You know, it's funny. I think the biggest challenge, maybe the two biggest challenges that individuals have with respect to allyship is, one, just awareness. It's remarkable how many people just have not understood or have not gone through that journey to understand the need for allyship. And then the second thing, I think the biggest obstacle is internal. I think people are afraid at times. The number of times I've had white men talk to me about fear of saying the wrong things or of doing the wrong things. And it's overcoming that fear, I think, is what most people have to get through. And once you are learning in this and you're putting yourself into situations and learn, it just, you understand how important it is, and all that fear disappears. So one of the things that I would say here is to everybody, allies. And when I say that, as you show allyship, others learn. And let me just give you two just really quick examples, Gabrielle, if I can. One from a long time ago and one from 6 months ago, where someone was an ally to me. You know, joining Microsoft in 2003, the culture was one where if you had not done anything in Microsoft, then you weren't trusted yet. And I remember just a few months into the job, we were making a big decision on a new capability that was coming out. And I just had this gut feeling that there was no way we were going to be successful given a couple of constraints. And a mentor and ally, a gentleman named Bob Bugley, who's one of the best souls on the planet. And we got into this meeting and someone asked, you know, I hear that there's a concern. Brad, I hear that you've got a concern. He created space for me. I voiced my concern, and Bob said, Brad's right. But he gave me an opportunity. It's the first like real learning moment where someone was an ally for me. I learned from that. And let me share one from just 6 months ago. Remember Julie Larson Green, one of the most in the history of Microsoft. Well, she preceded me at Qualtrics. Now that I was coming, she called me on a Saturday morning and spent 2 hours on the phone with me, helping me to. Here's what she did. She went and spoke to all of the senior women that were going to be on my team and told them, Brad is a safe space. He's going to come in and he's going to be an advocate and he's going to be an ally. So when I joined a week later, I already had equity and trust because Julie had been an ally for me, and it's meaningful and it's impactful.
It does. It makes all the difference in the world, and that's an incredible story. And I think many of us can think back to various people who have been allies for us. And when you do that, that's when you get the intentionality of what would it mean for me to really focus and be an ally. So, you know, so Phil, we talked a little bit about, the conversation with Jerry and her just putting accountability back on you. And then having to advocate on an ongoing basis. But can you elaborate a little bit? Like, when you act as an ally, do you get a lot of pushback, and what do you do about it? Well,
here's what I would say is you have to demonstrate courage consistently, and you really have to believe in the people, and if you show up every day like that, the pushback actually drops. I remember you probably don't even know this, but I do remember one meeting that the skill set and knowledge that you had would have been perfect for a virtual team. And the first comment in that meeting, because it was a kind of a V team that was being formed cross group, was that, well, Gabriella is part-time. And I had to lean in and say, so what? Gabriella has a lot of experiences. Let's give Gabriella the opportunity to decide whether she has the time and space and bandwidth. But it's those kind of virtual teams, those assignments that give people the ability to grow, the ability to have visibility within the organization. And they lead to many other things, not only for the company, but for the individual in their own personal development. So you had to stand up. You couldn't say, oh yeah, you're right, she's part-time. No, I stood behind Gabriella and all of her contribution to the business, not that this was some sacrifice that we were making for the business. So that's, I think, an example of where you have to consistently demonstrate courage, even when people might think, and it would have been easy just to let it go and name somebody else, but you can't do that. The other thing that kind of, that I think stood out in the conversation, and Brad mentioned as well, is being a role model and making sure you're leading by example in very visible ways. And I said it was a learning moment with you that I got to use in various ways later on. And it was about being intentional. That in the story you told, I reacted to an opportunity you presented, and that was great. But later, I got an opportunity to be intentional about that. One of the most inspiring women that I've worked with that was on my team was a lady named Margot Day at Microsoft. And she not only was an amazing leader in Microsoft, but she did so many things to make the world a better place. She was sponsoring and building a school in Africa. And it was balancing that amount of time that she could spend at work and I was listening to the angst that she was showing and in how she wanted to, there was some really specific things she wanted to accomplish with the charity. And I just said, well, what if you could have a leave of absence for a year? And I don't know how we do it, but would that help you to just go focus on that and then come back to Microsoft charged with all those accomplishments and think of what you could continue to contribute then? And she just looked at me and said, you give me a leave of absence? I said, I don't know how we'll do it, but I'll go find a way if that will help you. And she went, she took that, we figured it out. She took the leave of absence. And once again, I learned that you got to continue your advocacy, because once you leave, then you got to find a way back in. So I remember I put on my calendar 9 months out, I need to start watching all of the opportunities and start exploring so that she'd have a great land back into Microsoft. Because, one, I care deeply about her, but two, that's an amazing contributor to the company. The last thing I would want is that leave of absence, all her experiences to go, and then they're not being a smart, logical, impactful landing place for her to come back to. And she ended up coming back and running education for the U.S. business, which was just amazing fit with what she was doing, her passion, her energy. And it showed so many people that you can make sacrifices, you churned your team, you kept advocating for. I think those things and being visible, and I know we shared two examples that are really one was someone going part-time, someone going on a leave of absence. It also makes an impact on the small things you do, but those big ones, show that, and on the small ones, demonstrate it, lead it every day, and you just, it's amazing the impact you can make, and the lifelong friends and that you get out of that as well.
Absolutely. I mean, that opportunity for Margot had a huge impact on many of us, not just on Margot, because being able to look at that and say, wow, look what the organization is willing to do to accommodate people and the passions that they have, and enable them to continue to make an impact in the world, and then return and continue to make an impact on Microsoft. And I was very close with Margot, and so I know that, like me, it really engendered a great deal of loyalty on her part back to the organization and back to you for enabling her to go have that experience and give to the community. So, I mean, that is great allyship and really intentional. And Thomas, I want to ask you, because I know you got a great deal of pushback from your investors, your board, many people in your team as you made that decision. How did you deal with that pushback, and how did you help people see the importance of what you were working on?
Yeah, so I got I did get pushback, and I not pushback, but I got the question from many men saying, "Oh, you have to be a female to get the job now." And in the beginning, I'm not sure how to respond back to that, because it's just a weird thing to say. And then we had some tough conversations, and I actually had to remove some people from the company because I just felt that they will never embrace it. And then if you don't want to embrace it, then it's a dead end for me. And I had to say goodbye to some great people from a leadership perspective in the sense of the skills we were doing. So what I actually did, I invited all the men to a meeting, and I did tell the females that I'm doing this because I felt that I was cheating somehow, because when you get all the men together, then that will look weird as well. So I'd say, hey guys, we have a responsibility, And one of the leaders, Chris, he was saying that I had no idea there was a problem, because I have absolutely no problems with females and I'm embracing it. But I just realized I'm the problem because I'm not doing anything, because for me it's natural. So and then other men start chiming in and start understanding that it is super important. And you said it, Gabrielle, you're sitting alone in the room and felt pretty lonely. This is where we can invite people into the conversations and so forth. And it was just mind-boggling to see how they start opening up and what they have been doing. And then it's finding some wins you can share. And the biggest win I've had, it's not a long time ago, is with Eve, my chief experience officer. Every month I have a mentor meeting with my leaders, and we were on a call, and she said, Thomas, I've never ever been so open to my leaders as I have had with you, and it's actually pretty cool, because I feel I can say anything without getting in trouble or being judged. And then she said, Thomas, don't worry. And the first thing I said, oh no, she's resigning. And she said, Thomas, I have a hard time balancing being a super mom and being a C-level person in the company. And so I start figuring out if it's something with Innovate, it's actually something with her. And it was something with her, it was the same problem she had in the past. I said, what is it that is, what's going on? She said, I need to pick up my son sometimes 2 o'clock, and I feel guilty. And I'm pretty sure most people on the call feels the same here. And I said, well, why are you feeling guilty? Yeah, because I feel I'm sneaking out. And what are people saying? Now Eve is gone for an hour and so forth. I said, Eve, everybody looks up to you. You're one of our top executives and you're female. Why don't you just put in your calendar, you're picking up Will after school, and then tell the company about this is what you do, and allowing people to do the same. Even some men might even learn from it. So she did that, and it was unbelievable the impact she had. As simple as that, just put in the calendar, and females start saying, thank you, I don't have to hide. I can just pick up my kid and then I can work again from 4 o'clock. So that is some of the things that we're doing to push the boundaries.
Yeah, it's very, very real. It's very, very real, and enabling people to model the way. So, I think one way your impact is when someone models their behavior off of your own. So, Brad, have you seen that happen?
Yeah, it's one of those. And it's really interesting. I think as my role as a senior, just a couple things that I remember. And one of the things, keys into your answer here, Gabrielle. One, you have to make sure that there's a differentiated long-term vision. 2, you build the organizational structure that accelerates that vision. 3rd, you put the right people into the org to lead it. And then 4th, you work on culture. And I think those are the things that great leaders focus on. And so, the first thing that I do is I make sure that I have got the right leaders that have the same shared values that I have, that I want to be the culture of the team there. So those people need to be of similar mind and model what I do. And then you measure it. You measure it and you publish what is happening, whether it is in representation, whether it is in, the culture and how it comes across in terms of inclusiveness. And as you do those things, the cultures change. And like we gave those 2 examples. When you understand, for there's so many people that don't know what allyship means and the need for it. And one of the ways that we help them to understand it is for them to feel it and then actually point it out to them. Sometimes you have to point it out to them. And then it's amazing what they can do.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So what advice would you have for the audience regarding their role in allyship?
Yeah, this is it's a tough question, because I don't believe the burden should fall upon that need to be advocated for, and all too often in society happens. And so in terms of advice that I would say, I would talk about the advice that I've given myself and I think more having these kind of conversations with people helps. So first of all, you have to understand the concepts of power and privilege. Many people learn that early in their life, and others like me had to learn that later in my life as I put myself into scenarios, or were put into scenarios where I was able to experience it. And I think you have to experience it to. Once you understand power and privilege, you have to make space for others who do not have that. And then 3rd, you have to have a growth mindset and learning, because it's a journey, and every individual is on their own individual journey. It's funny, I think about allyship. It's not a noun, it's a verb. It's a commitment to continually learn to give space and to give voice to groups that need it.
Yeah, absolutely. Very clear. So Phil, similar question. So you moved into RingCentral, and what did you take from your experience relative to D&I, and have you seen others start to model the behaviors you have?
Yeah, actually, the one thing I'd say is as I interviewed with the organization, knowing that it was an organization that truly valued diversity in all dimensions and inclusivity, and it was very clear that the organization did. So that was like a check mark that was really important to me. And even finding an organization, RingCentral was actually just recently voted by Comparably as a top employer in terms of diversity. That doesn't mean we don't have a ton of work to do and a long way to go, but it's good that it's important to the people in the organization. And the second thing is that, having been at one organization for 24 years plus and then going to a new organization, that's a big adjustment. I actually think some of the things that help you be an ally are really important to demonstrate when you come into a new organization, both for yourself and your immersion into the company and the rest of the organization. And it's things like being a great listener, thinking about communication style of the people around, bringing everybody into the conversation. When you're doing things with a broad group, making sure you're doing it in a way that is truly inclusive, that it's comfortable for everybody to participate in the right way. But you really have to, get to know the people first on your team and then more broadly in the organization. I think it was really important to set tone early and to do some of those. Again, they don't have to be as big as having someone go part-time or take a leave of absence, but it's even the small things, and demonstrate how important those out. Call them out in a positive way when someone demonstrates it, and highlight your own example. So really express almost outsized appreciation for the examples of things. And it tells everybody in the organization quickly, this is really important to me, and it should be important to you. And when people hear it, they're inspired. And so there's so many examples of that. So those were some of the things that I brought from the organization. Fortunately, as I found out through the interview process, that I was right. It was an organization that was very open to embracing those concepts, and actually, there's people there that I continue to learn from in terms of how to even be better every day as an ally to others.
Yeah, absolutely. I think those are great key takeaways for everyone in terms of thinking about how they create that inclusive environment for people to feel comfortable, to feel like they belong, and to be part of the organization. So, so Thomas, you're several years into this journey. What do you see in your organization now as far as inclusion, and what is the next step to even build an even greater, more innovative organization yourself as you build on what you've done?
Yeah, so the first thing which we just managed to do was getting a female on our board. It was a little bit embarrassing, and just being pure men on the board. And we were so lucky to get Microsoft, former Microsoft leader Jamie Tosi joining our board, and she's the first one. And then hopefully this year can find another amazing female leader. And I can just see already the dynamic, how that has changed on the board. So it does help there. And then again, the goal is not 50-50, it's 50-ish%. And I just want to keep pushing that. And one of the things that I would love to do is trying to figure out being involved with high schools and so forth, where we can inspire young girls in taking that step and start becoming a leader from an early age, and figure that out in somehow. I don't know how to do it. The problem with us is we're a smaller organization compared to Microsoft and RingCentral, etc. So we don't have the funding that the big corporations have. So we need to be pretty smart on how we do it. So it will be a little bit of a grassroots the way we're doing it. So where we get our teams organized, reach out to local schools and start bringing somebody into internship and so forth, and then just give them what we can, which doesn't cost anything other than energy, and that will pay back many times both for us and for them.
Yeah, I love that. Building succession, building and lifting people up from parts of the world where they might not be thinking, hey, this is the career for me, and giving them the opportunity to learn more and explore and even intern in that way. I think that's super powerful. So so I actually, Dina, I wanted to know, like, are there any questions that might have come up? Because I haven't really been able to watch the chat much. Questions that might have come up, or questions people might have for this this panel?
So nothing. So I'm looking at the chat now. Thanks, Gabriella. So I invite everybody to go ahead and put your questions in the chat. I'm looking at the Q&A tab. Nothing has come through yet, but we can continue to keep the floor open, and I'll be here to let you know if anything comes through. I see Nama has a question. And Patty Grimm asks, what's one piece of advice for other male leaders that you have to offer?
Awesome, great. Well, let's start with you, Thomas. What would be a piece of advice you'd give other male leaders?
Put the energy in it. It doesn't happen by itself, and just because you think you're okay, the organization might not be. So be purposeful and intentional, and then just put the hard energy in it. It's gonna take some time, and you're gonna make some failure, but then learn from that, dust it off, and move on. So that would be my advice.
Great. Phil?
I can go next. I'd say I totally agree with Thomas's point on the energy, but the angle I put on it is it's not one size fits all. It's not like I'm an ally or I'm not. I understand inclusivity or I don't. You really have to get to know people. There's no shortcuts in finding out what's important to somebody. And it's worth the time to not take it from what I'll say, a scale approach. It has to be very individual. And a lot of people doing very individual things scale a lot and make a really big impact on the organization. But if you think you're going to solve it through some keynote or some broad reach approach or saying the right thing broadly in a leadership team meeting, it just doesn't work. You have to get very individual and very personal, and that's when you can make a really big impact on someone.
Yeah. And Brad?
Yeah, there's two pieces I would say. The first one is be curious. Part of Gabriella's, suggestions there, be curious, get to know people, not directly related to women, but on at the time when one of the most senior engineering leaders on my team from New Orleans told me about having to have a conversation with his 10-year-old son about his life was in danger if he got pulled over by the police. And I thought to myself, I've never had to have that conversation. And that was impactful, right? And this literally this, mentor to me, but you have to be curious and put yourself into positions to learn and feel something. You have to experience something so that it becomes a part of you. And the second thing is be intentional. I've always believed the way that you really saw the challenges, especially technology in representations, you have to have role models in leadership positions. And so you have to be intentional. Sometimes that means you're going to take an extra month or two to look for the individual to put in a position, not just the first person that you find, but you have to be intentional, you have to be deliberate, and be curious.
Yeah, absolutely. And have an open mind. I mean, know that the experiences that you have, and I think this goes back to your comment on privilege, the experiences that you've had are not the same experiences that everyone's had. And being curious and asking about their experiences and how they see the world and things that are occurring around them, and really listening. And understanding what are their objectives and what are the things that are going to help them succeed in their own eyes, and supporting them. I think those are some incredible things that allies do, and things that all three of you have done for me, and I've seen do for others as well. So are there any other questions?
Gabriella, there's actually a question from Brian I think is super important question. He asked, what if you're not in position of authority and may have less influence? And he's probably thinking like many are thinking, I actually think that people that do not have the position we have more influence than we have, because often the females are a little bit afraid going to us leaders, and the people that they work, they might have a better connection. So the males and females, for that matter, actually have a tremendous influence, having just conversation and building that confidence to go to the leader.
Yeah, and I'd also add that I don't think power or influence. I mean, sometimes that's kind of interpreted as organizational. Some of the people I look back on that I feel like I really made a big impact, and a few people that have made a really big impact on me that have been an ally to me, weren't in any position of power, if you will, or in anything that they helped me with, or I think I helped them with. And it's really about sharing experiences and taking an interest in them as a human and their potential. And I think that alone just extends their experiences and your own experiences further. So I think it's really powerful when it's not just a person that's in proximity to you in terms of that sense of power.
Yeah, I mean, being an ally is it's daily things. It's very small things. It's when you're in a meeting and you see somebody kind of visibly sit back in their seat or retreat and not share what they're thinking, or when somebody says something and the whole room just moves on and doesn't even recognize that they've just spoken up. And as an ally, approaching them even after that meeting and saying, hey, I noticed in that meeting you were treated a bit. You didn't share what's on your mind. Is there anything I could have done differently, or anything I did do that made you feel like you needed to do that? Is there something I can do in the future that would help you to step into that conversation? That's allyship. Those conversations that people have had with me all along my journey, those are incredible allies. And so, like I said, I pulled out a few in this conversation, some of the most impactful and really things that people can really relate to. But it's a lot of those daily things that everyone in the organization can do. When we talk about allyship, it is demonstrating things, and again, I'll give you some really easy way to remember this, is about allies. Allies demonstrate advocacy, they listen, they lift up the people around them, they create an inclusive environment, they elevate the visibility of the work that others are doing and give them an opportunity to have visible work, and they sponsor them. They sponsor them like Brad did for me, in lending their credibility, in talking about them in a credible way and showing their trust. Similar with Phil, right? Those are the activities and the things. And so never underestimate the power that each and every one of you hold to be an ally, to be in that moment when somebody needs you to support them, to sponsor them, to listen to them. And every one of you could reach out and be supportive of some behavior that you saw someone model and become an ally. So I think with that, I'm going to wrap. I'm going to thank you, Brad, Thomas, and Phil, for joining us, and really appreciate all you've done for me, all you've done for the women that you have worked with, as well as just creating an inclusive environment every place that you go. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Gabriella.
Thank you, Gabriella.
Wow, thank you so much, Gabriella. That was just so deep. All of you, Brad, Phil, Thomas, I can't thank you enough. It was so heartfelt. And those are insider stories of things that we know happen, but we don't often hear the story from both perspectives. And so it was so valuable because everybody is uncomfortable in the experience of it. And it takes all of us to step up and grow. So thank you all for the panel. And Gabriella, of course, thank you so much for everything that you've done for Women in Cloud and continue to do for allyship. I love that. Thank you all. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'd love to bring Chai up here, Chaitra Vidulapalli, and just for us to wrap this amazing day. This is just day one, and day two is going to be even more amazing. So really, the key things, I loved that we got to some tools from Gabriella, be calm and take that away. That was really impactful. And also just all those things that everyone said throughout the day, those tips about how you can be more empowered, more purposeful, more inclusive in everything you do, and lift up other people up, which is really what Women in Cloud is all about. So Chai, what do you want to share with us about day two and the opportunities that people are going to have tomorrow, because it's going to be good. I know it.
First is, Patty, I would say all the conversations today was exhilarating. And I think we set that intention and the intention came true. And do you all agree that we created exhilaration in everyone's emotion and we were able to drive people to take action? So that was fantastic. And also, Patty, you were fantastic, spectacular. Your energy is infectious. So wherever you go, we are taking you with us. And then we also want to talk, thank Gabriella, Brad, Thomas, and Phil. The insider stories were so powerful. It reminded me of Ron Woods and Todd Weatherby, who were my managers. I really wanted to go now ask them, what made you decide to promote me or give me more access? That's so cute. That was really heartfelt story. So it was phenomenal. So there are a couple of things that are happening. I want to kind of give a quick run through of what we saw today. Before that, I want to thank all the sponsors, especially Microsoft being our global partner and a sponsor, for making this possible and really believing in, have a proper representation for women in the cloud economy. And that one was, we feel it. Without your support, I don't think we could have come this far along. No. Along with partners from Accenture, Insight, Hitachi, Boeing, and M12, and the Canadian Consulate for believing in women founders and raising their hands, saying we want to create access. And then we are also excited as Gabriella is transforming what her future direction looks like. We are excited that she would be helping us, put together is $1 billion access coalition where we can actually have Fortune brands raise their hands, pledge and really create more access and increase the representation. So Gabriella, thank you so much for that promise and the support of making that possible. And behind the scene, Patty, we had Riza do a spectacular production. Yes. So let's give a big round of applause for that. Without this, it's not possible. So thank you. And in parallel, we had the Cloud Jobs Lounge. There were 13 recruiters who were sitting and meeting with every woman who was looking for a job in the company. So that went well. So Erin, thank you for pulling that together. Absolutely spectacular. And we will have 3 more hours of Cloud Recruitment Lounge tomorrow. So as we head for tomorrow, what to expect? Pretty exciting. We have the Empower Her Access inaugural award ceremony, which is sponsored by M12 and IBM. And what we are really doing is recognizing those role models in our ecosystem. And it's been spectacular. 26 people are recognized as finalists, and you get to hear 8 finalists. Please come and join there. You also get a first-hand access to the COVID-19 report that we did a research on. So the report will come in and we'll go deep dive of what we are learning and how are we pivoting as Women in Cloud to really create more opportunities for women. And for entrepreneurs, if you're listening, the Cloud Exec Connect is tomorrow. We have 45 people, Patty, who are actually sitting with women entrepreneurs and leaders to really create more personal access. So please come and be there. If you are not going to be there, you won't get the access. And the last one is Sharon Hilbrand is going to lead is a thought leadership panel on, disrupting the $1 billion market. And she will have a very meaningful conversation with entrepreneurs. So Patty, looking all good tomorrow. And first question,
tell me, how can people get involved right away? What are some opportunities for them?
First is, all of you should be in our online community. If you are not there, that's the place I want all of you to get engaged. Important for us. become an advisor. I always say, start with being an advisor, unlock access, and you get more access to it. And if you know of any entrepreneur, ask them to publish their cloud solution on the Women in Cloud Marketplace. It's important. We need to have high amount of solutions in the marketplace, and Cloud Accelerator is coming. So please apply. We would love to see all the entrepreneurs to be part of the Cloud.
That'd be fantastic. And if you want to become a speaker, this is the place to do it. So
exactly,
throw your name in the hat.
Absolutely. So thank you, Patty. This one was spectacular. I would say exhilarating, and tomorrow will be another day of same excitement. And I want all of you to be there, cheering the winners and being with us and connecting with us.
Fantastic. All right. Well, now we're going on to, have a happy hour. So shall we?
Yes.
All right, let's do it. Okay, everybody, we're just going to do some networking, happy hour, and we'll see you soon. And we'll see you tomorrow. First thing, we can't wait.
Absolutely.